Yo, howdy, howdy. Good morning. We're finally starting to Interact, I say. It's only been like a week since the last Umineko episode or something, right? Maybe 2 weeks? Maybe it has been just a week. No, it's been 2 weeks, rather, since the last Umineko, because we had a week of nothing, right? That's how that works? Hold on, when did I last do my... On the 25th? Okay, yeah, we did nothing last week, and then this week we're starting Interact. So the original plan was for me to... I want to do a quick reread of 1 through 4, like this speed reading through all that, getting all my notes and stuff in order. But I think instead what I'm gonna do is just first part of the stream will just be reviewing and refreshing myself on all the info and whatnot, everything that's happened in the question arcs, first 4 episodes, and then after that we'll get right into it. I'm impatient. I'm kind of really interested in how the story is supposed to like continue past what we saw at the ending of question arcs. Oh man. Anyway, let's see. Got my Umi outfit on. Why isn't this captain? Probably because I forgot to do anything with that. Let's see. Bum, bum. I don't know why game capture doesn't work for anything anymore. It doesn't see... If I click into the game, it'll finally register it as being something. This is something I should have sorted out. Huh? Okay. Oh, there we go. Jesus. It needed a refresh and get out of a menu or something. Alright. Finally. Okay, okay. Now we get to do a refresh and whatnot. So... the suggestion of my friend SJam, we got the... Just don't start your... Get that out of here. I got something called Umi Pro. I guess is slightly different from just the 07th mod I was using. It still seems to be part or using the 07th stuff, maybe. That seems to be better in some areas. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Any case, let's nah. You know what? Roll with this one. Use the same PS3 content, but also add stuff like animations from it. I see. I see. I turned that up slightly. So I haven't looked at any of this new stuff that it has. We have like characters. Oh, different. Human side, which side? Why? You don't have to cycle through them. You just click them. Oh, she's dead. They messed up portrait. Oh, this is the lyric one. Change? Okay, that's allows you to look at the different outfit. Wait, what happens if I want to... Oh, and then they have Execute Resurrect. Alright, this already seems a lot better for going through everything than than the other version I was doing. Her portrait doesn't like change size when it goes to the execution one. I think all of this is pretty much the same, yeah. Loading screens in my VN. Okay, what do we got for tips? How do tips look? Memoir. Oh? Do you need to give me exclamations on like the loser flags? When did they ever mention peanuts? I guess this is like meant to be something like translator's notes. If you don't know what a loser flag is, like at all, then you can read up on that there. Whoops. I wanted to stay in there. Pro also adds these whenever characters make reference to things. Ah, that's cool, that's cool. In short, Samadhi. The Grimoire has intro, system, magic written down, and transmit to later generations. 2,000-year history. Alright, simply called The Book. Alright, I guess for the starter here, let's refresh ourselves on what happened in, You know what, I do kind of miss how characters and tips were, like, kind of together in one thing. I don't have to go back to the title screen to swap between them. Highlighted in green. Alright, I'll look out for that. Alright, let's refresh ourselves on what happened in episode 4. So everything seemed to mostly be the same up until the point of the conference. Like, there was the whole thing with Rosa leaving Maria out in the Rose Garden, but she went back for them. For her, rather. And they seemed to be happy, and you didn't like that. You hated it. And I guess starting with the murders, Kinzo ran in with the... like, 2 of the bunny girls. Or actually 3 of them, right? That's when they introduced Chester Zero? Because I don't think she was in episode 3 at all. And then that also introduced Gap. Goldsmith. Oh. Okay, arrows mention if it's the scrolls. We already read all of that. I can execute them? No, I can Resurrector. So these I'm pretty sure are the little bunny like figurines that Maria got from Rosa a long time ago. There are a lot of other animals and stuff. Do I remember reading this before, or One Eye tells of this? Excels in reconnaissance and as a vanguard has enormous power to bring the enemy under control during encounters. However, her excessive power level has been criticized as inhumane. Okay, I think I remember reading this. And this one, you only really get the hint that they could be the little bunny figurines because it mentions the trumpet for this one. The fact that she's dead and that she plays a trumpet and all the little bunnies that she had at little instruments. Ash destroyed by Rosa. 556? Okay, I guess that's how you read it. Mr. 00, 410, 45. 45, not just 45? Hmm. Do you think we're actually gonna see her like as an actual character, or did they just create like character art for fun? Just do 410 for 410. I guess it doesn't matter how you say the numbers in the end, though. Wonder why 00 instead of like 000. Oh, I guess that's two numbers, not like 045. Not all like triples. I wonder if these numbers have any meaning. 00, 410, 45, 556. Hmm. In any case, going back to how these bunnies are, how I assume that they're the little figurines. I wonder what other connections to the like little stuffed animals and stuff Maria has can be made with other characters. Like Virgilia, I'm pretty sure it's like one. Well, aside from obviously being connected in episode 3, I feel like there's a little bit more to it, but there's obviously that connection with Masawa. Same thing with Renove being connected with Genji, whose real name I think is Renoe, like a U instead of a V. Interesting that. Did you just repeat the same track game? A new track. Be something else. Beatrice. What would Beatrice be? Hmm. I, I don't know what Gap would be if she's like related to Maria or something. I got no connections to that. Like we got Kumasawa, Genji, the 4 bunny figurines. It only says the goats, not all of the goats. This one actually is worse. But this one, pretty sure connected to Goda. Don't know what you would connect the demon stakes to. Well, I guess other than the actual stake things that everyone is impaled with eventually. Although that didn't seem to happen at all in episode 4. They like completely skipped that. Represents the game as a whole. Hmm. Oh, Gap. He's one of the demons, like Renove. Prankster likes hiding things. She can like open up portals or like pits. Actually, let's refresh ourselves on all the events. I was getting sidetracked with the looking at the bunnies. So Kinzo comes out, he pulls out the bunnies. Chase their sisters. I'm pretty sure they're like... they're obvious. They're not... I guess they're based on the little rabbit figurines, but I don't think they are like them 1-to-1 because Kinzo coming out and like like hey, everybody look at this little bunny figurines and then their heads explode, dude. I think they're based on the rabbit figurines, but their real, I guess, counterpart version, however you want to say it, are like some kind of a weapon. They do seem very like technical, rebooting and all that, taking aim, a lot of connection link stuff. Like, what would they be? I was thinking maybe that might be related to what I assume is a weapon. I don't think we ever saw what was inside the briefcase that, oh, his name escapes me. Yeah, that Juza. Amakusa? That I assume he had in that briefcase he was carrying around, because why wouldn't it be a weapon? Like, I would assume whatever that weapon would be a sniper of some kind. Which would make sense for how the sisters attack. So what would be the idea there? What would have happened in a conference when, let's see, Natsui died, Eva and Hideyoshi, Rudolph, Genji, and Rosa. There's one more missing. Who else died? No, that's 6. Okay, yeah. These 6 died. When Kinzo pulled up and, like, summoned the bunny girls to kill everyone. Except... that can't be what happened at all, because... he's supposed to be dead, so who was it? Alright, so... before that happened, like, everyone was pressuring them to, like, go talk to Kinzo, get him to come down. And they seemed nervous about that, like, after... like, we assumed that scene talking to him didn't happen at all. It couldn't have, he's dead. So... what were they doing when they were away, supposedly talking to him? But they have been... like, my first thought is that maybe they went to go call someone to help take care of anything, but no, then Natsui wouldn't have been caught in that crossfire, right? Nick Krause and Natsui seem to be together in this. They could have easily just killed everyone except her. Like, they could have taken out Kyrie and leave Genji out of... A way for, like, all of their heads to be, like, smashed, like, half of it. Because I think that's how they all died, right? All of those 6 were guaranteed that way. Hold on, I want to look at those. Like, I have those red text images you sent me a while back. I want to gloss over to one for episode 4. So, do we get anything talking about? No, they only talk about the previous games. They never mention anything about the current game. Because the current game's so, like, messed up already. Can we even pull anything real happening at all in this last game? With how, like, kind of messed up it was? Because it was suspended for a short bit before eventually bringing Battler back. I was thinking about more about... Like, Kinzo's dead at the very start of every game so far. Like, episodes 1 through 4. Game 1 through 4. And Nanjo 100% knew this. But he was talking and acting like it wasn't... Like, that Kinzo was alive. That they were having, like, a chess match in his study and all that. Like, we know, or I suspect rather, that Nanjo has to be suspicious due to the, like, whole envelope thing on Angie's side. Like, the 12 years in the future. There's only 2 tiers for game 4. Canon dying in the dungeon escape, and Beatrice saying Battler will be killed despite being the only one left. Right. Like, Beatrice's final riddle. Ushura me a battler, I will now kill you. And right now, there is no one other than you on this island. The only one alive on this island is you. Nothing outside the island can interfere. You are all alone on this island, and of course, I am not you. Yet, I am here. Now, and I'm about to kill you. What is she? You could be kind of lame and say, like, time. Eventually, time will kill Battler, right? Maybe that green, like, drink that Kinzo is always drinking, supposedly, is, like, poison. Didn't he drink some of that? Or maybe that was in a different episode. And what, Beatrice could be poison? That one's... And then there's the whole thing, what Battler is not the Battler born of Rudolph and Asame. Asumu, rather. My bad. Is Ushurumi about... That brings me again to the theory that he's actually, that Kirie's son. Because Battler and Angie are both, like, extremely similar looking. Because it would still match with, him still being Kinzo and Rudolph's son. Like, Kinzo's grandson, rather, and Rudolph's son. To be able to still be a valid opponent that they worked on later on in the story. So that's one theory that I think I hold pretty strong. Three of them. How many guns did they have in episode 3? Can that? Like, they gave Kraus... No, they had 4 guns for sure. I mean, there's 4 bunny girls here, but one of them is supposedly, like, already been dead. So I don't know if you can exactly line that up. Actually, wasn't there another Red Truth for episode 4? Or was that regarding a different episode? Where I think Beatrice said that everyone acknowledged Kinzo's, like, presence at the conference. And no one could mistake it. No one could mistake Kinzo for anyone else. Or anyone else as Kinzo. If Kinzo's been dead at the start of each story... but he's always burned? But no, I think later on... I forget who, but someone comments how burning him is probably a way to... like, hide how he actually died. Or like, maybe the... more, like, mask or hide over, like, how long he's actually been dead. While, like, just completely burning him up. So the burned corpse is probably always actually him. Everyone acknowledge Kinzel's presence. One of my thoughts about that is that they just show, like, his dead body there. Like, they show his corpse to everyone, and then what? All starts blasting? Like, he brings one of the guns from Kinzo's study? It's right before she said he's dead before the game starts, and she lowered a number of people on the island. Let's see. Is that listed somewhere here? I'm trying to find a red text that specifically says that. Alright, regarding the fourth game, all of the people who met at the family conference acknowledged the presence of Kinzo. No person would mistake Uzurumi Kinzo by sight. No matter what disguise might be used, they would not mistake Uzurumi Kinzo by sight. Kinzo's life or death status is the same at the start of all of our games. The setup was not different for the fourth game alone. That last part makes me suspect wordplay. The setup was not different for the fourth game alone. But doesn't that mean it could be different for another game? And still, like, have that sentence be true? Like, if it was just 2 out of the 4 games, if it was different, that would still technically be true? Like, it was not different for the fourth game alone, but also the second one, or some shit. That could also be read like that. Yeah, that it's same for the fourth game, the fourth game isn't different. Or it's same for all 4 games. Well, I guess if we're only thinking about the last sentence alone. Like, she does say at the beginning of that. But the life or death status is the same at the start of all the games. So he's dead at the start. And they couldn't mistake his presence. Like, they all acknowledge his presence, rather. And they wouldn't mistake him by sight. Like, you could acknowledge the presence of the dead, I'm pretty sure. Like that. So, I guess all of this together means that they for sure saw the dead body, but then what happened after that? 6 people died. The damage done to all of their, like, heads makes me think that the... Was it Winchester? The gun that Kinzo had? Can deal that kind of damage. Except for Natsui to get caught in a crossfire. They also kind of agree. Like, everyone, once they get in that cell, kind of agree on what happened. Holes opening up in the floor and all that. They could have been drugged, maybe. Like, they say the time it took for them to be transported from the mansion to the Komodorian, like, dungeon was, like, just a matter of minutes. And that would be basically impossible otherwise. But if crossing Natsui... Or maybe Natsui didn't know. I don't know. Do you think she couldn't have known? You think Cross would actually just freaking axe Natsui right there? If she didn't know and she was like panicking and all that? Can we trust that they were really at the Komodorian? The dungeon there? I don't know. I feel like the entire episode is too wild to fully make sense of it. Like, we got the beginning part down. That's very, very beginning. Nanto's dead. His body was supposedly shown to everyone. And I think you can say that, whoops, the six died from a shotgun molest. Right, then what about the next set of deaths? Like, we go ahead and mark these as dead again. Angie woke up and, like, got tortured by Maria for a bit. I think that's just imagination stuff we don't really need to worry about. The next two people who died, the two who were close. Didn't they use Jessica and George for that? Like, Mr. Close being, like, cousins. He died, but he didn't have, like... Oops. He died, but he didn't have, like, his... half of his face, like, blown pieces. It was just a single hole. Maybe Kinzo's gun can't obliterate, like, half their faces. It could have been something else. And then there's the way that Jessica died. Half her head was destroyed. But she also got to talk to Battler for a second. She knew she was gonna die and how it was gonna happen. Like, what? She got put in, like, a freaking saw-like trap? And it was, like, counting down or something? I don't think that could be it. But would it make sense for how she died? A little bit? Remark this, because I accidentally right-clicked. So after that, was the, like, other four, like, as they were escaping. Cross, like, eventually died. He had a half his head gone. Same with Nanjo? Yeah. Just lying next to it. They didn't even attempt to, like, stab it in. The mistake was rammed into the destroyed portion of his head. Lying next to him. Next to him? Hold on, what about... Agoda and Kumasawa were, like, all together. It's Shannon. Lying next to him. He was for sure dead, but he was, like... guaranteed his death with the red truth. Yeah, yeah. And then you... single hole right in the center forehead. The mistake was rammed into her forehead, but it's difficult to imagine this was the cause of the death. It was afterward. Like, you're already dead at the start. We don't need to confirm that. Goda... the way it was shot in the forehead and then strung up to look like they're standing, I guess. Same thing with her. And then she was dead, but she didn't have any wounds or anything like literally everyone else. I assumed to be some type of poisoning. And eventually this leads to Battler at the end. Missing bound for hell in the witch's embrace, but to the witch that hell is the golden land. Okay, we can still do that. Try just executing her. So the stakes lying like they were stabbed into Kyrie and Cross, but they were next to like Nanjo and Shannon. Maybe we can take that as meaning they were trying to use them. I don't think that's quite right, but why would they be just lying next to them? To their bodies? Like, I don't know, I think that works for Nanjo a bit, because we know he's a traitor of some kind, rather. Like, he obviously needs money, and he's lying about Kinzo. Plus, there was the start of, I think, episode 2, where Cross and Natsui are talking to each other. And they say that Genji and Nanjo are on their side. I think we can maybe trust that as, like, part of the real story, right? That goes again to what I was thinking before, that there are pieces of each of the episodes that you can use to piece together like a full true story of what happened. But that conversation with Natsui and Cross, I think we can assume is real, and that they're talking about how to handle everyone when with Kinzo being like fully dead. What about when Cross showed Natsui the gold bar? I trust that as an actual thing that happened. Trying to think of other maybe constants we can think of, like Kinzo being dead. The rose that Maria talks about in the garden can maybe be a constant. That's for sure true, and like the real story. Actually, I'm now thinking about the episode 3 when right before Rosa and Maria died. That was episode 3, right? Yeah. Like when Rosa was like scolding her and she said, "What if I just take you to the rose? Would that calm you down?" Or something. Her Maria's attitude like completely changed. She was like, "Of course." Maybe take that as Eva asking Maria to get her mother outside. I don't think I'm getting any closer to thinking what might have happened. I just know that my for sure theories that I'm holding on to is that Battler is Yuri's like son. So like they have to be how similar Battler and Angie are to each other. With the red hair, blue eyes, and all that. Enzo's I don't think I have anything else concrete other than that. Like, if we can think about the other episodes, but I don't think that's gonna bring us any closer, right? No? Like, I can't think of much beyond that. We can think about the E-party, like, Bruce. Regarding the disappearance of the third game, or George's disappearance, did not go down the stairs. All the windows and doors leading to outside were locked from the inside. Furthermore, it is impossible to lock any of them from the outside. I assume that part, I think I had the idea that, like, George, of course, just jumped out the window, and then Nanjo closed it on the inside. Why he would do that, I don't know. But it makes sense with how he was panicking a little bit and wanted to shift it to being the work of the witch, like, later on in that conversation. Intel's already dead, no more than 17 humans. She always says humans. And she never regards, like, the servants as, like, anything other than furniture. So that makes me wonder if that opens up the possibility to other people if you exclude them. I feel like has to be. There's also a weird thing with how Kenzo, or not Kenzo, Canon and Shannon have, like, memories of all the past games too, when they probably shouldn't have, especially if they're just pieces, right? Second Twilight, the first game. Oh, they're talking about the deaths of Ava and Hideyoshi. They were homicides. They're both homicides. Neither of them were suicides. Neither of them committed murder, I suppose. Each other, I guess, in that sense. But both the perpetrator and the victim in the same room. No method exists for the perpetrator to commit murder from outside the room. So how was that done? And I think Battler made a Blue Truth about that, where someone was just hiding under the bed, which I guess could be true, right? Actually, hold on. Both deaths were homicides, and it's not the case that after the construction of the closed room, one of them committed suicide after committing a murder. After the construction of the closed room. I would assume after the construction of the room, they were... Maybe they were still alive. Hold on. Right, so my thoughts are... that... maybe... so now my brain's like freaking stunting here. Alright, so what we know is that Kanon and Genji found them. They weren't answering, so they, like, eventually got bolt cutters, opened the room, and that's when they found they were dead. Was it just them there that found the dead bodies, or was everyone there by the time they got the bolt cutters out? I'm trying to remember the setup for the second game. Actually, no, the second game was definitely using George and Shannon as the Twilight, the second Twilight. Actually, for the first game, Shannon. Actually, do they talk about the first Twilight of the first game? Or the second game, rather. No, the first. Second one? Okay, no, I'm thinking of the first Twilight of the first game. They don't... They don't go about that. Actually, no, there's this. When talking about the first game, Beto clearly declared that she guaranteed the identities of all unidentified corpses. Kanon did not die in an accident. Genji, Kumasawa, and Nanjo are not killers. The thing that shot Natsui wasn't a trap. Guaranteed the identities of all unidentified corpses. Unidentified corpses, so that doesn't... Or... No, I don't think that interferes with what I was thinking about now. That maybe Shannon wasn't actually dead. She could have been used to... with Kanon and Genji to, like, kill, both Eva and Hideyoshi, right? The servants go there, like, they're both alive. The servants go there, knock on their door, whatever. They're allowed inside, and then freaking... they attack them. Stick the stakes in them, and then they have, like, Shannon lock it from the inside and hide somewhere. So that they can set everything up as a closed room, like an impossible closed room. I don't know if that works. Anyway, I think we did quite a bit of refreshing here and whatnot. It's been like an hour of me just trying to piece together everything that I can. I think maybe I need a little bit more info, which maybe I would have gotten if I just did a quick reread. Maybe we'll just go with the flow and start episode 5 and see how things go from there. Only thing I'm holding on to 100% is that Battler is Kyrie's son, and I think that's it. What are my major theories for each of the episodes? She guaranteed the identities of all the unidentified, like, corpses, so it couldn't be someone using a body double, right? Like, fake their death in that instance, but like when their entire face was crushed. So how did the three... I'm gonna be here thinking forever. I can't really think of much for episode 1. Episode 2, a lot of the same, except like Rosa's the one that pretty much survives at the end, and then flubs it at the last minute, trying to haul like a giant bar of gold away. It is curious how she was there in the chapel acknowledging Beatrice, but she like either pretends or she somehow forgets like right after. That's something I think I have to keep in mind. Episode 3, Eva's the culprit there. Like, but how did Nanjo die? I feel like, did we ever get anything guaranteeing that Hideyoshi was 100% dead? Because I had the theory that he was like alive and faking his death till the very end. I don't know, but he was very obviously dead at the end of or like at the start of episode 4, like on Angie's side, like he's obviously actually just straight up dead. And they don't talk about the third game all that much, other than like George. What is this music we got going on here? I would ever play that one. Why not? Hmm. Third. Yeah, I guess it did. I guess I wanted a bit more. How did Nanjo die? After Jesco was injured, Eva was constantly under Battler's supervision. Battler is neither a culprit nor an accomplice. By this, we can establish a perfect alibi for Eva. There are no more than 18 humans on the island. No life forms other than humans have any connection to this game. Kenzo, Cross, Natsui, Hideyoshi, George, Rudolph, Kyrie, Rosa, Maria, Genji, Shannon, Kanon, Goda, Kumasawa, Nanjo. All 15 are dead. Battler, Eva, Jessica is alive. Eva was with you the whole time, so committing the crime was impossible for her. Of course, Battler isn't the culprit. He wasn't forging an alibi for her and took the possibility that she was the culprit into account, watching her actions carefully. Jessica has not committed a murder. She was not involved at all. She was blinded. The culprit could not drove neither Battler nor Ava nor Jessica. His death was a homicide. Was a direct method of murder. The weapon was readied and he was killed with it from point-blank range in front of him. Culprit appeared openly before his eyes, and they both looked at each other's faces. No more than 18 humans. Like, we know Kinzo is dead. For sure. Can they be using a different name for Like, I'm pretty sure there's wordplay in the list of names that she's using. Like, she's not using first names, only last names. Well, for most of them. Hold on. But she uses first names for all the... for all of the Ushiramiyas, because you can't just call them all Ushiramiya, right? No, Hideyoshi is his first. Wow. Oh, last name. What was I think it was the last name? Am I stupid? The answer is yes. Um, like we know Hideyoshi was named after someone else. Hmm. And I'm getting sidetracked again. We're gonna be here for like another 30 minutes. We don't just start the next episode. All right, I think I'm fully done with the refresher and stuff that I wanted to do. Oh man, it's too much thinking for me. I'm not built for thinking. Bing bong. Anyway, Isham, did you want to end up actually joining me for a bit? We're gonna go ahead and start doing your stream soon. I know you wanted to play Bonanza. 5 through 8. Is this all like as 4 hours? That's a lot longer than I was expecting. I was expecting like only a couple. Yeah, if you want to do that. We can be absolute dweebs. So is this meant to like just be all episodes back to back sort of thing? Or is it going to open another menu? Good morning. As the story crosses into its second half, the tales woven by the Golden Witch have been exhausted. All that remains now is to understand them. Perhaps new game masters can offer a fresh perspective.
Hi there.
Yo, howdy.
Oh, okay. I saw the green border around my thing, thinking I was constantly being picked up. We're good.
There was a bit of a fan that was going on for a while, but it went away.
Oh, I guess I had to wait for noise canceling to start working. Weird.
Anyway, let's see here.
I don't expect any crazy voice acting from me.
I just never do crazy voice acting myself to begin with.
I should probably make this a bit bigger.
Anyway, I wish there was an option to not have freaking cursive in these little boxes here. They're so hard to read.
Why, you can't read cursive?
I can, but it's been like literal years since I ever had to use or even
It's not that
read
bad.
cursive. It's not, I guess.
It's not like straight up doctor handwriting.
But have you done this? Like Umi Pro, I guess it is.
I've never done Umineko and Umi Pro, no.
Oh,
So I might stumble on some of the weird translation differences. Cool laugh.
data caching. Does have a pretty cool laugh. Please wait for a moment. Data caching is being performed. Has to load everything, nude. All episodes at once.
Yeah, pretty much. And then it has to load all the voice
Oh,
acting.
Okay, so we get a new, like, little thing here. Umineko no Naku Koro ni Chiru? It's in red.
I forgot what Chiru meant, but yeah, that's the title.
What if I look it up real quick? Scatter?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Hey. Nope. Don't play that.
Oh, almost gave you a massive spoiler. I know that intro. Jesus.
Is it a spoiler? Oh.
It's my favorite fucking OP, and it's the most spoilery one of them all.
Alright, so I shouldn't watch any of the OPs? Should I skip them?
Not the PS3 OPs, at least. I think the original ones are fine, probably.
I didn't have an option to, like, set only... Oh, cool. Trophy.
Wait, Umi Pro doesn't have that?
Object caching.
It should.
We have volume stuff here. Rumble if I wanted to play with freaking controller for some reason. Yeah, no. It could have been something in like one of the little config files that was in the install directory.
Yeah, if it starts to play one of those fucking skip it or close your eyes, I guess.
Oh, that's...
Cause man. Oh yeah, apparently both of us were in a Doto Doya video.
Are we? Oh, we did! I remember we did see a Survivor with his name. And we were unsure if it was actually him.
Yeah, I saw a comment mention that too, and I did watch it. It was a Vegeta game where we lost, and he abandoned us.
Sounds about right. Why is the nah like red? That Chiro? That mean
nah,
anything?
as in, nah, you will never reach the truth.
It's... It's freaking... I need to open a freaking menu or something. There we go. Stop that from happening. Oops. What if I combine it to, like, scatter?
Yeah, you were in there with your, like, crazy purple skin color and didn't see anyone mention it.
It's... people just accept it.
But I got a couple mentions. Like, oh, there's Alba, I know that person. And nobody's like, why is that guy's skin purple?
Okay, that's just putting nah in front of that doesn't mean anything. Yeah, I figured. Anyway, Nocturne of Truth and Illusion. So 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. End of the Golden Witch. Good morning. Please enjoy it. The new game with its new game master. New game. Who's gonna be the game master here? What? Freaking Lambda Delta and freaking Birkenstell?
Beatrice is gone, so someone has to.
Also, howdy, Alex. Sorry, I didn't notice you earlier. That's the real Dodo. Maybe I'll check out that video later. It's funny how no one comments on me being purple, like, ever. Maybe I need to do something more drastic with my style. Or maybe people just don't care at all. I say that, but the game has already reached its climax. The culprit has been cornered and merely awaits checkmate. I am sure there will be something you can spot from the clearest perspective. The difficulty is fairly easy. What could possibly fool you now? That's so many things, too many things maybe? I'm stalling starting it. It's been an hour, like 15 minutes, and we're just barely clicking on episode 5.
You're so close to reaching truth. Should just tried a little harder.
Let me know from the first few frames of this video, though, probably. Oh, I owned a PC version. Friend gave it to me. I should skip, like, an intro. I will mash or, like, take my headset off and look away.
At least the
Whoa.
intro starts a bit slow, so...
Already starting off calling me an idiot?
And it's also Beatrice.
Her mouth is also
Hey, she's
moving. I
back.
think that's new. I don't remember that in the
Yeah,
other
I
one.
told you, it adds animations.
Holy. What's she talking about? Oh, is it like flashback or something? Alright, this is the... I think this is when Canon and the goat were fighting, right?
Yeah.
Man, Mirage Coordinator is such a good track.
And this was the end of episode 3.
Sundari. Oh man, these little like translator things here. Gonna be funny. Oh jeez, why was that freaking so loud? Your soundboard. You maxed out the volume on it.
I'll show you.
Voiceless. Or back here in like the Purgatory Garden. What do you want to read? The like narration or what? I guess it would be.
What else is there to read?
Since we don't read character voices. Want to start out with that or should I?
Fine, I'll do it. That lonely tone was the sound of the desolate wind blowing by. The color of the glittering flower petals on the rose bushes was that of gold.
Wow, what else would it be?
It's like some kind of golden lamp. The group of gold butterflies which had once danced through the golden rose garden, like fluttering rose... Jesus, words! I can't do this! Like fluttering rose petals. There you go. Could no longer be seen anywhere. The master of the Golden Land is the Golden Witch, Beatrice.
Can't do any of this. And I'm the one, like, making me read through it. Multiple hours every Friday.
Yeah, well, that's your job.
Yes, it is.
She could be called inhumane and cruel. Arrogant and outrageous.
Arrogant.
And also naive and simple. That laugh of hers, which lost its grace more and more the longer it continued, could no longer be heard.
Oh shit, she's dead. Gone forever.
The Golden Witch beat Rice.
Don't call her that.
Like a doll, resting in a deck chair adorned as beautifully as the Golden Rose Garden.
Oh, is it like that one image of freaking... Oh, I can't remember his name. Virgil just sitting on like the garden chair at the DMC5 or whatever. You seen that image before?
Of course, it's the most famous image.
The most famous, and it's fake. It's a lie. It's a mod.
And even then, it's in the fucking PGR collab. That's how famous it is.
Sitting in a chair.
She wasn't relaxing there.
He was dead.
Empty-eyed. Never responding to any questions. And yet still not permitted to sleep. Beatrice was sitting there as if she was a doll.
Maybe she was.
Her hair was down, and Virgilia was carefully fixing it up with a comb.
You're, like, still here, dude? I guess she sent... What, it was her, Gap, and Renove, like, away? And we didn't see them after that?
Yeah, she told them to fuck off.
I guess they didn't die.
Beatrice had been complaining about this and that regarding her hairstyle. Then it would have been clear that she was the usual Beato. However, she gave no responses and showed no reactions. So instead, it only looked like Virgilia was combing the golden hair of a large doll. Alongside them, there was a table. On it was a chessboard, along with a mix of black and white
Again
pieces
with
in
the
all-out
chessboard.
battle. The same setup too. It's like not even a different one. However, something about the setup looked different from normal chess.
It's literally the same picture, though.
It might have been a game similar to chess, but not identical. Good excuse for the chessboard on the
Yo,
game,
Battler's here. Cheer.
And on the other side, sitting back in his chair as he contemplated his next move, was a young man. Young man. No, perhaps he wasn't thinking of his next move. Every once in a while, he would change the position of the pieces, reconsidering the situation each time he changed it.
What, thinking about the events of like each game, I guess. But it's, I guess, according to Beatrice, at the very end, he like he won, basically, right? Would he be considering each game?
Beat her, but like he was left with one last riddle, and he can't figure that one out.
I guess that's what he's contemplating.
Maybe he was reconstructing previous games, trying to discover the thought process behind those moves.
Why am I always talk about something that's explained like literally the next sentence?
In the past, Kinzo, the Ushimiya family had once likened studying chess games to taking a journey through the thoughts of the old masters. Ushimiya Battler was on a journey.
Oh, like Persona. Persona 3.
A journey in search of the Golden Witch's thought process, which had led her to create these arrangements and make these moves.
Exactly like Persona 3. A journey for the answer. It's done it again.
He has to reach out for the truth.
Oh,
Battler took a black piece, which he had only just moved forward, and returned it to its original place, sighing deeply. Battler's pieces were white, just like his suit. However, on the chessboard, the side facing Battler is black's territory.
That was another thing I was thinking about before. Total clicks? Can you keep track of that? Like, I was thinking a little bit about the color of people's clothes, maybe representing the...
I didn't remember you bringing that up, yeah.
The pieces they could be. Like, I don't know what you... Like... All of these guys are, like, different colors, kinda.
And mostly dark colors, too.
But we got Kinzo in white. We got the servants all in black. Or it's not Kinzo, freaking Nanjo. Kinzo's... like, white, but he has a black cloak on. And then I've... like, the opposite of, like, Masawa here. Who's wearing, like... I don't know if that would actually play any role. Yuri has white hair, but, like, very dark clothes. What's the thing I'm thinking about again? Like, the crosses some of these characters have.
Maria literally has a cross in her name.
Battler has that. Yuri has the cross on her tie. Maria, I guess, has a cross in her name. Oh, it does! Right, that... it shows me the Japanese text. I remember that being mentioned, I think, in episode 1. Is that it for the... Oh, I guess, and then Jessica, if you want to count the way the trim is on her shirt, but I'm not sure that counts. Oh, and then if you...
Cross.
Showing us all here. Everyone. And then you have the, that one dude. I already forgot his name again. Why am I like this? Amakusa. He had that, like, a cross on him, too. Like a little...
Oh, yeah.
charm thing.
He was stepping through the game from Beato's perspective.
Hmm.
Yeah. Something about that?
I was thinking back to the cross thing. Like, if we don't count Jessica, only Curie and Battler have crosses, and I'm wondering if maybe that would have something to do with the king pieces. Like, it makes sense for Battler. Would it make sense for Curie? He has dark clothes and has a cross on. I don't know
What would that mean
who.
if she was a king piece then?
Aside from, I guess, Hideyoshi, like her and Hideyoshi are the only ones not blood related to the Ushiromiyas, I think, if you don't count the servants and Nanjo,
Natsui
obviously.
isn't either.
Oh, right, Natsui. Why am I forgetting that?
And also Maria's dad, who doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist. I don't know. I don't know if I should make that deep a connection to the pieces. Maria, I guess, would make more sense as like the Black's King piece. She has a cross, just not on her person in the name, like we mentioned earlier. He's spinning the chessboard, trying to think from Beatrice's perspective.
Pretty much literally here.
Whoa.
お前の指し手はやればやるほどに理解できねえぜ。
Oh, me too.
Even Battler didn't expect that Beato would respond to that statement. No, he was still holding on to the hope that there might be a chance of her responding. And it only made it sound as though he was talking to himself.
Whoa, hair down. Looking completely different like that.
Yeah, I actually like it more. Beato's eyes reflected nothing. And her mouth told nothing.
Oh, she moved.
After begging him to kill her, the Golden Witch had become a corpse which had given up on living. She wasn't sleeping. She was forbidden to step down from this game, and therefore sleep was not permitted.
She's also a witch, so you shouldn't trust her. Don't fall for her tricks again, Belle.
So she must have heard. However, his words probably hadn't reached her heart. Golden Witch would no longer sneer at Battler's moves, nor would she praise them or belittle them. She lost her soundboard, she can't do it. Beatrice was no longer anything more than a living doll. It's like fucking 5 on the doll counter. Even so, she would glance at him every once in a while. It would be an empty glance, but a glance nonetheless. Sometimes she would seem to make some sort of gesture, or even move her lips. However, her movements were never able to communicate anything to Battler.
どうやったらこの局面でこの指し手になるわけだ。
I wonder, did we see anything of Maria's that could more represent Beatrice? I don't think so. What's up with the scorpions being like the thing that like anti-magic? I guess that's just maybe something that's like an actual
Just an
like
actual
history thing. Yeah, I shouldn't
like the
think.
spiderweb thing too.
All right. Probably not something to think too hard about. Probably doesn't mean much other than just being references to actual cult.
わけがわからねえんだよ。
Voices are a bit. Well, I guess Battler's 1 talking in a low voice, but 2.
He is talking pretty low, yeah.
Turn those down a bit.
Well, you can also click their icons on that menu to hear their voice as like a little test.
Right. 69 clicks! Nice. Perfect. We can stop playing now. Man, music's loud, like even at like half volume. But the maybe effects down an extra tad.
後ろ宮クロウス
後宮夏日です。
Okay, they're saying their names.
Yeah, it's a funny little detail here.
But you can also just stop them from talking, like mute them by clicking that. Is that's what this is?
ジョージです。
I think so?
キリエよ。
後ろ宮。バトラだ。後ろ宮。バトラだ。
Okay, that seems about good.
お前の指し手はよ。
Doesn't understand. It's okay. I don't understand either.
ベアとバトラ君が話しかけていますよ。
なんとか言えよ。クスクスとかゲラゲラとか、いつもの黄色い笑いでいいから。
It seemed unbelievable. That shrill laugh of Beato would never be heard again.
Are we sure though? We still got like 4 more episodes.
However, even if she couldn't answer, his voice was surely reaching her. Battler was talking to her because he believed this. So he said the same thing one more time.
どうやったらこの局面でこの指し手になるわけだ。
What was she cooking?
わけがわからねえぜ。お前の指し手はよ。
Fickle, a witch. Not always making the best moves.
この子の考えることはわけがわかりませんか？
Shut up, you.
Virgilia answered in her disciple's stead.
He was asking
Not to this point,
Beatrice.
she had done her best to avoid. After all, there was a chance that Beato would respond in some way, and Virgilia didn't want to be the one to take the opportunity away from her. Which meant that Battler was being forced to bear with this silence. Until Beato herself answered. Virgilia could no longer bear to watch him like this. And Battler too wanted to have a conversation with Virgilia.
Stop being friends with the witches, Bat.
Yeah, they literally betrayed you. With faith in their words. With faith that their words would read Beato's heart.
ああ、さっぱりだな。
Freaking
I almost started reading that, sorry.
the end of the freaking last episode. Freaking won him over again. Watching her like that.
What fucking idiots.
ベアとの立場になって、こうして駒を動かせば動かすほどにわからなくなる。
The successful execution of a serial murderer followed an epitaph. He was stepping through the games from the witch side, but that as their victory condition. But he just couldn't make it fit with Beato's moves. You could see several incomprehensible moves in the records of their past games that clearly conflicted with the victory condition.
Having fun.
さっぱりわからねえ。こいつの思考を探る旅路はあまりに険しすぎるぜ。
でもあなたは投げ出さないのですね。
ああ、約束した。
Kill.
You want this one?
Yes, I guess. Kill me. Let me die. Kill me.
俺はこいつを安らかに死なせてやると約束した。
I don't know what you did to her, like at the end of the last episode. Didn't seem very peaceful.
そしてそ
She
れ
was
Kinda
asking
like
for it.
stabbed her a billion times.
Beato's right ankle was bound with a heavy, cold steel shackle.
Oh, the freaking one that Lambda Delta put there a long ass time ago? A new one.
It wasn't tied to anything, so it didn't restrict her movement. Not that she would be moving anyway. However, it symbolized restriction.
And that's enough, I guess.
It was a visualization of the restriction that prevented her from leaving the game without either victory or loss. And the shackle was probably hurting her. a mercilessly cold steel shackle. Cold steel trails reference.
Stop fitting that into everything.
Was tormenting her over and over inside her waking dream.
She speaks. Kind of.
So there was never any relief in her empty expression. Her eyelids would sometimes tremble like she was having a bad dream. And every once in a while, she would let out a pained gasp. Unless I win, me. Beata will never be released from the curse that prevents her from resting in peace.
良いのですか。第5のゲームはもう始まっているようですよ。
Is this a 5th game? Oh, this works differently. Oh, you can listen to the voices again. Left click or press enter. Okay, so you highlight one and then, oops.
Yeah, he'll play it again.
良いのですか。第5
A
の
blue
始
butterfly.
まっているようですよ。
That's Battler.
Damn, you figured it out.
Started a 5th game?
興味ね。
Why should I take part in any game without Beato as an opponent?
True, it's not the same.
That's the only alternative. Stepping through past games on a journey in search of Beato's thought process is a much better use of my time.
次のゲームマスターは私がやるわ。
Yeah, you? Why?
依存ある？
Many.
だよ
I think
ね。
Beato's gonna do it?
依存だらけよ。ベアとは戦いを放棄して人事不正。ベアとの不先輩でゲームオーバーでしょ。
確かにベアとはいろいろとあったんで、今はちょっぴりノックアウト気味。でも戦う気力を失ったわけじゃない。
I don't know, have you seen her?
だからつまり、私は解除役ってわけ。
Muddy.
わかる？
Beato was lying down on a deck chair, almost as though she was.
Almost.
However, she wasn't.
I like how it cuts out whenever you say sleeping.
Does it?
Yeah.
Weird. And she wasn't awake either. She was nothing more than a living doll who had given up on victory, asked Battler to perform her last rites, and entrusted everything to him. Of course, no 5th game would ever be prepared if everyone just sat around. So Lambda Delta had succeeded Beato as the game master, and proclaimed that she would prepare the next game.
Okay, but why does she even care in the first place?
ふざけるな。これは俺とベアとのゲームだぞ。お前ら、どこの誰か知らねえが、勝手に話を進めるんじゃねえ。
Yeah, I told him.
あんたに意見は求めてないわ。
No one asked you to start the game.
どうすんのベル？受けるの？受けないの？
いいわ。あんたが引き継ぎなさい。
Why you for it?
ふざけるな。
Actually, you're
お前ら何
evil.
者か知らねえが
Never mind.
俺とベアとを無視して勝手に話を進めるんじゃねえ。
落ち着きなさいよ。確かにプレイヤーが変われば指し手も変わる。あんたにとっては戸惑うことも多いかもしれないけど、それでも大きなヒントになりうるでしょ？
知らねえよ。勝手なこと言って仕切ってんじゃねえ。
ベアとのゲームを4つも繰り返して何もわからないんでしょ。ならプレイヤーが変わるのは大きなヒントになると思うけれど。
大きなお世話だ。これはベアとが用意し、俺を対戦相手に指定した俺たちのゲームだ。どこから湧いてきたのかもしれないお前らにかき回されるのはごめんだ。
ならベアとを起こして次の準備をさせて。できる？
ベアとはしばらく起きねえよ。それに新しいゲームなんて必要ねえ。あいつがこれまでに出題してきた4つのゲームの譜面だけで十分だ。
It apparently literally is, but I can't make sense of it.
I swear it is.
仮に
Smart
第
people,
5のゲー
which
ムがあ
wasn't
ると
me.
しても、
Definitely
それ
not
は
me.
ベアトが出題し、俺に挑むものだけで十分だ。お前らには何の関係もない。
Battler couldn't hide his irritation at these two witches called Lambda Delta and Berncastel. Berncastel? I think that's how. Who had shown up after the start. Try and get on their own.
Doesn't Joe pronounce it like Burncastle? Doesn't everyone in the stream pronounce it that way?
Always makes more sense to me, but I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be Berncastel.
That's the way I've always been pronouncing it, Birkenstell. Because it's E-L, not L-E.
Yeah. It looked like these witches were of an even higher rank than Beato. So high, in fact, that even Beato's master Virgilia couldn't come close. Battle had the feeling that he'd seen these two several times before.
Does he not remember them at all?
Apparently not. He made it pretty clear he doesn't know who the fuck they are. However, this was the first time he had learned their names and spoken to them directly.
Trying to think, what's like every time that Birkenstell like talked to him, he was like in the middle of breaking down or something.
Pretty much, yeah.
Maybe that's why he doesn't really remember them. Or at least Birkenstell. Don't know about Lambda Delta.
あんたに次のゲームを準備もできない。だから私が次のゲームを用意するわけ。私たちはね、いつ正気を取り戻すかもわからないベアトにいつまでも付き合ってられるほど気が長くないの。
Why not? There's literally infinite time though.
ベルン、
退屈はごめんなの。
Go do something else for a while.
イライラするほどに。
Go play Bonanza.
お前が退屈がろうが、俺たちは知ったことじゃねえ。
まあまあ、このパーフェクトなラムダデルタ様に任せなさい。私がゲームマスターを引き継ぐ。大丈夫よ。あんまり絶対完璧にはプレイしないわよ。ベアトっぽくわけのわかんないフェイクや尻尾、ボーナスヒントをいっぱい用意してあげる。ベアトの世界をより理解するための大きなヒントにしてあげるわよ。
She's so nice.
I don't trust her.
Letting my voiceless emotions explode, I slammed the table hard. The two witches barely flinched. One grinned. The other looked indifferent, as though nothing had happened. The two of them just stared at me silently, as though they were reproaching me.
何？不満？あんたは私による第5のゲームを降りるっての？それって不先輩？
バトラは降りないわよ。もちろん第5のゲームにも参加するわ。
What are you choosing for him?
勝手に決めるんじゃねえ。
Yeah, dude.
お前らに俺は付き合わない。知ったことじゃない。
ならやっぱり不先輩ってことよね。このゲームは魔女側の勝ち。人間は屈服ってことでお開きでいいかしら。
Damn, easy win. Episode 5 over.
降りるなら不先輩でゲーム終了だけどいいの？たった一人残された妹が無限の世界のすべてでたどる不幸な境遇を確定させたいの。
Using Angie against
それも
him?
選択よ。
Berncastel mentioned that Battler's expression changed.
When Birkenstell met Battler's expression changed.
Alright, how about you read it then if I cut out anyway?
Oh, it's
Come on, big
funny.
guy.
エンジェのことを気安く口にするんじゃねえ。
I'll read once we get out of purgatory. Just swap
あな
them.
たにこの私奇跡の魔女ベルンカステルが味方しているからこそ。
I guess when she says her name, it sounds a bit like Burncastle, right? Exactly how she's saying it?
I mean, would you really trust Japanese
奇跡の魔
pronunciation?
女ベルンカステル奇跡の魔女ベルンカステル
Yeah, it
That one,
sounds like
Castell.
yeah. It's if you listen to it like closely, it's Estelle, but I could see how
奇跡
people
の魔
could
女
mistake
ベル
it
ンカステ
for
ル
like Castle, the way she says it.
エンジェにはひょっとしたら家族が帰ってくるかもしれない奇跡の余地が残されてるのよ
You're a witch. Why would we trust you?
あなたが自らそれを捨てて
I saw that last
エンジェの
like
無限の
secret tea
未来
party at like
全
scene.
てを不幸なものに確定するのも
Yeah,
ま
but
た
Adler didn't.
私には
Yeah, but
言
I
ってなかった
did.
の
I vaguely understood what she was saying. Until I win in Beato's game, I'll remain trapped in this bizarre world. And if I abandon victory, then most certainly my parents and I will never return to Angie. For Angie's sake, even though I know that the witches are toying with me, I must keep on fighting. Keep on battling.
It's his name.
なにその不満そうな顔自分の妹をグズグズのひき肉にされた怒りもう忘れちゃったのプチプチブチブチ無数の焼けたペンチで引きちぎって細切れにしていくあの光景
And that's when it was described like that. Like I had the thought that maybe it was representing what happens whenever she does get captured by who was it? Kasumi? No. Wait, was that an actual name? What's the name of the? Is it Kasumi? The sister of Kyrie?
Yep, Kasumi Sumadera.
Okay. It was giving me a thought that that's what happens whenever Kasumi actually captures her and takes her to have that tea party, I guess. That she mentions a lot. I don't want to think that's what happened to her. But also the whole magic deal that happened at the very end couldn't have happened. I want to believe that maybe their heads did get like all blown open. They all got shot at the scene there. But that it was Makusa's doing with whatever he had like packaged in his suitcase thing. But it sure, the description of it sure feels like probably what freaking Kasumi had in mind with her tea party. Her tea party? Wait a minute. Like a witch.
Together.
今度はちゃんと真正面で見ないとダメ
She's gonna actually show him?
Berncastel faced the palm of her right hand upwards. As she did, a pale light gathered there, and some kind of blue glowing crystal appeared there. The scene was reflected on the charred surface. But it wasn't the scene that surrounded them now. If you look deep into that crystal, that fragment, you would probably learn what was reflected on there.
Oof.
If you stared at it, then you would surely witness that scene where Angie finally reached her beloved brother after devoting 12 years of her life to that goal. Only to have her entire body torn to bits while she was still alive.
Oof's trying to go for her.
Without thinking, he grabbed at her collar. But as soon as he touched whatever made up her form, it disappeared like foam on the waves. And then, as naturally as though she had been there from the beginning, Berncastel was leaning against a distant wall.
あなたがゲームを降りるなら
Why is she looking all smug now?
これはかけらでなく確定した現実になるその未来を紡ぐのは私じゃないわあなた自身よ あなたが決めなさい。最愛の妹の未来をどうしたいのかを。
Starting to like her less and
Adler's
less.
fists shook with anger. But even if he swung them down, he wouldn't be able to hit Bernkastel. Like a cat or a phantom, this witch wouldn't even let someone pet her if she didn't wish for it.
At a phantom?
Besides, she's telling the truth. For Angie's sake, I can't step down from this fight. Even if these unpleasant witches hijack the game boards.
さすがベルン、脅し方もえぐいわね。そういうことよ、バトラー。あんたにはゲームを降りることなんて許されてないの。あんたもベアとも私たちの退屈を紛らわせるゲーム版の駒でしかない。
So that's their goal with this now? They took Beto's place of like playing with Battler? Just for fun?
Yeah,
あ
it's
んたの
funny.
そのわけのわかんない怒りやイラつきさえも私たちには退屈を紛らわす最高のお菓子。まあその程度の怒りじゃ駄菓子程度だけどね。
30円で2枚入ってるカレー味のポテトせんべい程度ね。
Jeez. I hate them both. They're so evil.
Ah, they're awesome.
It's like, I hate the way freaking Burn is now.
She was definitely a lot nicer in the first couple of games.
エンジェのためにも
At least
戦
pretending
い
to
な
be.
さい。そしてベアトのためにもでしょ。
In a way that was admonishing, or perhaps babying. Bernkastel smiled, tormenting Badler in a similar way to how someone too sweet sometimes gives you a headache. Something too sweet, not someone. Sorry, the host of this tea party, Beato, was absent now.
I have trouble reading sometimes.
The guest witches were already making themselves at home.
どうすんの？後ろ宮バトラー、運命に屈しちゃう？降りちゃいなさいよ。魔女の駒にして遊ばれるなんてもうごめんなんでしょ？ベルンの駒は辛いわよ。きっとあんたもエンジェみたいに使い捨てにされるわよ。
あなたに降りる選択肢は与えてない。妹の未来のために戦い続けるの。私は味方よ。
Yeah, I'm sure you are.
その未来にたどり着けるよ。
Nah, look at her
あ
friendly
なたが
smile.
勝利
How
する
could you
ま
be
で
lying?
サポートするわ。私が退屈するまで永遠に。
Man,
Badler couldn't allow himself to fall to their provocation and cajolery.
that's a word, cajolery.
That sure is a word. I don't know if I pronounced it right, but it is a word. These witches knew that he got mad easily, and they were trying to take advantage of that. Badler withstood it all, and finally relaxed his clenched fist.
第5のゲームとやらが始めたいなら好きにしろ。
好きにするわよ。あれれ、どこ行くのよ。
Even though Badler had acknowledged this fifth game, he turned his back on them. Which surprised Lambda Delta a bit.
お前がベアトの代役を務めるってんなら、そこのベルンカステルとかいう魔女が俺の代役を務めるのも勝手だろ。
道理ね。そうじゃないと不先輩になってしまう。
Wow, going along with that?
何よそれ。
So
私
she
が
gets
作
to
る
play.
渾身のエピソード5をあんた無視するっての？
Actually calling it episode 5? Can't do that.
失礼しちゃう、失礼しちゃう。
バトラーはしばらく休憩するそうよ。それまでの間、私がプレイヤーの代役を務める。それでどう？ バトラ。
そうしやがれ。
なにラムダ。間抜けなバトラじゃなくて、私がプレイヤーだと遊んでくれないの？
そんなわけないわ。
I should be very happy about this.
ベ
Huh.
レンと一緒に遊べて嬉しいわよ。さあさあ、
She
遊びましょう
loves
遊
it.
びましょう。ラムダデルタ様の超ハイパーでキュートに可愛いエピソード5を一緒に遊びましょうよ。
Alright.
一応ベアトの作った世界なのよ。世界観ぶち壊しにしてないでしょうね。
大丈夫だってば。私そういうのの空気は読める方なのよ。
And a lot more emotive in this like episode.
ちゃんとベアトっぽい世界観でもっと面白い物語に仕上げてみせたわ。バトラも休憩終わったら早く戻ってくるのよ。
Could they possibly do the like the freaking story at this point?
見逃すともったいないわよ。ベアトの秘密に迫れるようなボーナスヒントをたっぷり用意してるんだから。と見せかけてミスリード満載でますますに煙に巻く気なんだけどね。ちょっと、こらバトラ、魔女の話聞いてんの？
Without answering, Badler disappeared into the darkness. After shrugging and cackling, the witches immediately started playing with the game board they had stolen from Beato.
Instrumental version.
あの魔女どもにベアとのゲームは理解できるのか？
同じゲーム版を使う以上、この子にできないことはできません。しかしこの子がやらないことはやれます。
やらないこととは何だ？
Like not followed up
チェ
path.
スの道具はチェスで遊ぶために存在します。
It
そ
can't
れ
and
を使
wouldn't
っ
are
て
two
トラン
different
プを
things.
することはできない。しかしチェスの駒を相手に投げつけてぶつけたり、チェス盤に落書きしてみたり、そういう行為をすることも不可能ではありません。
Scribbling on the board, is that what they said?
しかしそれはチェスに対する冒涜だから誰もやらない。
Yeah, but Beatrice wasn't people, she was witch.
That definitely wouldn't be chess anymore. It looked like Beato's eyes clouded very sadness.
ふざけやがって。これは俺とベアとのゲームだ。他の誰にも冒涜はさせない。
Stop falling for Beto. Also,
At
hello,
that time,
Renov.
gold butterflies gathered and Renove appeared, holding a tea set with black tea.
紅茶のおかわりはいかがですか？
もらえるか？
かしこまりました。いかがですか？お嬢様の思考を探る旅は。
さっぱりだが楽しんでるぜ。
しかしよろし
He
いです
likes
か？
it.
こちらでくつろがれていても。
あの魔女どもが勝手に進めてるゲームのことか。
Oh my god. Flash something in my glasses a bit. There we go.
ええ。先ほど紅茶をお届けに伺った時にはもう第一の
This is what do you mean already? He's been gone for like a minute.
Their speed's running.
もうじきその次の殺人も起こりそうな気配でした。
Beato and I were playing. The game would be paused whenever someone left their seats. However, those witches wouldn't pause that game just because I wasn't around.
ロノウェは
You did
Oh.
put her in
ベア
as
と
your
のゲームを
substitute,
見たの
so
か？
一部ではございますが。
どうだった？
Renove lifted the pot high with an elegant gesture as he poured the black tea. After he was done, he finally spoke, expressing his thoughts in very few words.
愛がありませんな。
It could not be seen.
愛って
The game is invisible?
これは失礼。女性風に申し上げるとです。男性
Okay,
風
dude.
に申し上げるならば、義理が通らぬと申しましょうか。
It was perhaps a little bit shit. I understood what those words meant. When I met Virgilia's eyes, she shook her head slightly and stared at the floor.
上辺は大変よくお嬢様のゲームに似せていると思います。
They're using the pieces all wrong.
しかし、根本が大きく異なっています。
それはベアとのゲームのルールに反することなのか？
いいえ、反しません。ラムダデルタ様はお嬢様のゲームのルールを実によく理解なされております。しかし、
Liver.
Badler stood up. There was no need to make Renove say any more.
バトラ
ロノウェイ、すまない。せっかく入れてもらったけど、紅茶はいらねえぜ。
やはり参られますか。
ああ。俺たちのゲームに部外者はいらない。
Those guys weren't even
Those
here
guys
in the
weren't even
beginning.
here in the beginning. Oh, wanted to pick it up? Sure.
That's sorry. That's just I got into it again.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah,
I mean, if you want, sure.
because I've been loafing about crazier and crazier witches have been introduced, and now they hijacked the game between me and Beto.
取り返さねえとな。ベアとのゲーム版は今は俺が預かってるはずなんだ。その俺がここでぼんやりしてるわけにはいかない。
ありがとう。その言葉をこの子に聞かせてやりたかった。
きっと聞こえていますよ。お嬢様はそれにお返事することができないだけです。
Beto lay there silently, like a living doll with dull eyes. Maybe she actually was a doll, not real. The game board that she had created herself had been hijacked by incomprehensible people and was being turned into a mess. Beto had called on me to be her opponent. This game must be something she created for me. I've got to take it back.
俺が取り返してくれ。
Of course, Beto didn't respond in any way. That's right. If she can't respond, then I have to protect it in her place.
行ってくるぜ。バルギリア、ロノエ、黄金の眠り姫の面倒を頼むぜ。
This golden sleeping princess. Stop being friends with all the witches and demons, Battler!
はい。
Especially these ones.
They would never betray him.
いってらっしゃい。
Yeah, Renove would never betray him. They're like bros. The others, though.
Yeah, he's
そ
Renove.
してどうかこの子のいないゲームにてこの子の何かを見つけてあげてください。もしそれを見つけることができたなら、たとえこの子が不在であっても、あなたはこの子と戦ってくれたことになる。
そうだよな。ああ、全然ダメだぜ。俺は何をやってるんだ。
Let's go. And take it back.
魔女ども、待たせたな。俺の休憩は終わりだぜ。
When he faced the jet black heavens and yelled this, the whole world shattered as though it were made out of thin glass. Then, as though it had been that way since the beginning, it transformed into that smoking room where Battler had fought Beto so many times, and which the two witches had now hijacked.
なーにあんた、今頃戻ってきたの？超遅すぎ。もうゲームは2日目どころか大詰めも大詰めよ。
Damn, they really did speedrun it. It was in the span of like 5 minutes, dude.
It's
Or
like
just-
one conversation, yeah.
We're like holding down control. Yeah, like you never even waited for me in the first
ゲーム
place.
はあんたよりずーっと頭が冴えてて痛快だったわよね。
うるせえ。
Shut up.
プレイヤーは俺だ。代役の魔女どもは引っ込んでる。
別に 今から参加しても構わないけど、もう出番ないわよ。
確かに。だってもうクライマックスもクライマックス。これで多分ベルンが詰めてゲームセットだもの。
なんだと。
いいんじゃない？
Damn, free win.
最後の詰めくらい見物しても。
そうね。おいでなさい。後ろ宮バトラー。もうほとんどおしまいだけど、私の作ったキュートでエレガントなゲーム。エピソード5 End of the Golden Witch.
She even knows the title.
Sick title drop.
What are we about to see, dude? Oh, wait, it shows us. This is the look
Yeah,
through
actual...
how things progressed. So I'm guessing the descriptions are going to be the same. Corpse discovered in the cousin's room on the upper floor of the guest house. The direct cause of death is unknown, but her neck was sliced open by a sharp blade. The wound was deep enough that anyone could easily confirm her death with absolute certainty. Is that going to say that? Like a lot of these. Corpse discovered in the guest room on the first floor of the mansion had been pierced through the back with a demon's stake. Its tip reached as far as his lungs. Because he was laying face down on the bed, suicide must be ruled out. Corpse discovered in the cousin's room on the upper floor of the guest house. Direct cause of his death is unknown, but his neck was sliced open by a sharp blade. A lot of slicing. Wound was deep enough that anyone could confirm his death. Absolute certainty. The corpse discovered in the cousin's room. The cousin's room of the upper floor of the guest house. Direct cause of death unknown, but her neck was sliced open. Absolute
What's she doing there? She ain't no
certainty.
cousin.
Let's look at him first. Corpse discovered in servant's room quarters on the first floor of the mansion. The direct cause of the death is unknown. Sliced open. So far, only Hideyoshi has died differently. Yeah. Blades
Sure,
for...
should have been more Twilights by this point too, if they're like right at the end. But it's just the first one.
What, did Birkenstell already solve everything by... I guess, right by the second Twilight about to happen or something?
What a gamer.
Discovered in cousin's room. So she was... So they died together. Oh, no. Actually, hold on. Jessica, George, Maria, and Rosa?
The four cousins, as you know them.
Ah, yes, of course. Oh, we got a different description here. Participates in the fifth game as the player opposing Beto. However, from the very beginning, her aim had been to deny the witch illusion. Her only goal is to destroy Beto and her world as a way to stave off boredom. So if she does deny the witch illusion, she is no ally of battlers. Yeah, that got in that much already. This is also different. Beto's speech represents the witch illusion. Witch illusion, they're now calling it, I guess. Claims that the entire incident on Rakjima was caused by the witch illusion. In the fifth game, she clashes with Birkenstell, who denies this. Because she is no more than a piece and the higher plane version of her has withdrawn from being the game master, she is not in a position to know the truth behind the fifth game. This means she is in a different position than the one she held in previous games. Serving as the fifth game's game master in place of Beto, who stepped down from position in the fourth game. Because of that, the story of the fifth game, while appearing very similar to previous games, is expected to turn out quite differently. Just like Birkenstell, she has no love for boredom and might be friend or foe to Beto or Burn, depending on the situation. Retired witch, made proper use of Endless magic, taught Beatrice that. As being Beatrice's master, she was also consulting mage at Beatrice's old home. For this reason, Virgilia interacted with her in a manner of a servant. It is said that this was responsible for causing Beatrice's egotism and excesses. That in her description before?
Pretty sure it's new. Either that or it's translated differently. Could also be that.
Multiple underlings trained in housekeeping. Incapable. Calling him as high status. Okay, that's exactly the same, pretty much. I think these are all the same. Mostly the main characters here. That are different.
He should be different.
Oh yeah. The man designated by Beto as her opponent during their first 4 games, disgusted at how Lambda Delta took over as Game Master for the 5th game, he is not taking part of it as a player.
They should all definitely be the same.
Yeah, okay, it's... Second day.
Dawn of the second day.
I tried catching up on what these dweebs were doing. Yo, actual rain falling. That's impressive. Even outside the windows. Damn, that is impressive. Okay. Right now, no humans exist on this island except for those in this parlor. And with one exception, it has been shown that none of them have committed murder. One exception. And the culprit is among these people.
Oi, oi. となると決定的じゃねえか。
魔女が犯人で魔法で殺人を犯したわけでない限り
That can't possibly be true.
あんたなの？あんたがジョージを主人を殺したの？どうしてよ？どうして？私は殺していません。私は何も。
Started accusing her, or do we? Killed the others with a blade? In a panic and with a voice that really couldn't be called flowing, in a manner that was, to put it coldly, unsightly, Aunt Natsui denied the suspicion placed upon her. However, there was no longer any way around it. The girl stood up, brushed back.
Prophecy?
It's the girl. Hope thrust on her heart. Brushed back her long hair, pointed at Aunt Natsui, and said it one more time. Just fucking who are you?
あなたが犯人です。
Is this freaking Bergencell the self-inserted or like ONOC into the mix, dude?
What do you mean? It's the famous Umineko character. You've seen her.
Yes, the
It's
girl.
her, the girl.
後ろ宮夏日さん。
Battler, you got something to say about this, right? Can I watch this, or...?
This one's fine. I think it's just the regular original opening.
But the title was in JP, so I assume probably. What a fucking intro there. I hope freaking...
What, you don't remember her? She was there the whole time.
I hope freaking Joe basically freaked out just as much as I did, maybe more at the sight of her. Oof, Angie like fading in the background there. What was that? Battler gonna pull out the freaking magic blade? An engineered miracle. Oh, this opening theme's sick.
Yeah, it's really cool. Also, that effect on the island is sick. Like the freaking, I guess the barrier breaking like that.
When we get back from this battler, please say something about this fucking OC donut steal that freaking Birkenstow added. Magic of miracle.
夏日です。開けてください。
Oh? Did we rewind the clock a little bit? And we're about at the 2-hour mark, which is usually what I like to do breaks. We're at the start of a new scene here, so... The page is like, oh, 10 whole pages! That's a lot. I'll take a short 5-minute break and then be back.
Yeah, sure.
Continue.
I guess I'll make some bonus coffee.
Oh, hell yeah. I might start getting more tea. I don't have any coffee, so... BRB. Girl. Man. What are these
Hey, what's up?
2 witches doing to the game, dude? Well, I guess they're still following the rules of, like, everyone locked on Rokujima with the typhoon and the murders taking place. But they're scribbling in their own, like, OCs because it's not technically against the rules.
It's not breaking the rules to have another person on Rakujima.
Doesn't it? Though there's no more than 17 people and Kinzo's... Because Kinzo is dead. But I guess that only applies to the previous games. That doesn't have to apply to
Future games, yeah.
your games, right? So
Like, the
there's...
setup in all 4 games was the same, but there could be a different setup in the 5th one.
I hate these
As long as it doesn't
witches.
break the rules.
Is she gonna show up here?
Who's gonna show up, huh? What are you talking about?
The girl! At least have her, like, icon here as, like, a... like, silhouette, locked character.
Oh, that'd be kind of neat. But she isn't in the story yet at this point, I guess.
I guess. It seems like we've around time back a little bit. Oh, Chapter 1, Magic of Miracles. Spoilers? What do you mean 481 clicks? How? Any cool tips? Grimoire? That's it. Kind of stalling a little bit for my tea. Real world time. Thanks for specifying that.
Oxy now.
Alright, am I still reading?
If you want.
I
I
want.
don't really mind either way. It's your stream, your party.
Then why you even here?
Yeah, why am I here?
Here to make fun of me whenever I say stupid things, I guess. That is your job, your purpose. Alright, let's read for a little bit, and then, in about 5 minutes, 5 more minutes or so, check on my water that should be boiling.
Cool. So who's reading?
I guess I am.
Alright.
Because you're so against it. Magic of Mirror.
I said it was fine either way.
The girl. I hate this. Okay, so she's like knocking on.
That girl prophecy we just heard there.
Make it. You're so good at making images. We yelled as she knocked loudly and repeatedly. Shortly after, there was a heavy clunking sound, and the sound of the door to Kinzo's study unlocking could be heard. Why would Kinzo unlock the door for her? If he's even in here, alive, to begin with.
Yeah, corpses can't unlock doors.
As the door opened, a heavily sweet venomous odor flowed out. See, maybe it was poison, and Battler drank that. And that's what's killing him. The end of the fourth
that's just
episode.
the smell of a fucking corpse.
Atsui was always ashamed at how she automatically grimaced at that, even though she thought it rude to the family head. Ross was waiting for her inside the study. Oh, cause he's the head now. Atsui flew into his arms.
落ち着きたまえ。今、南條先生が見ている。
Oh? With an uncertain gait, Natsui went towards the center of the study supported by Kraus.
He's been here for like weeks and every day to ask him to check. Yep, still dead.
There, a dignified bed fitting for the head of the Uchumi family could be seen along with Nanjo, Genji, and Kumasawa. Everyone's here.
南條先生お父様は
After sighing deeply, Nanjo left the side of his bed. So I'm guessing this is before the conference. Did we get a date at the start of this? I don't think we did.
Nope.
It feels like it's before the conference, and maybe they're keeping the theme of him being dead at the start of everything, and he's just dying now. Would be interesting. On the bed, Kenzo could be seen laying down, sleeping, except he wasn't sleeping. He was dead. Yes. I was right. Maybe he had one. Hoping he will see Beatrice. Sobbing, Natsui put her head against the chest of the man who had fallen into his sleep from which he would never awaken. Ow! Why are you hitting me? What did I do? Howdy darn. So, what? This freaking darn knocked my thoughts right out of my head. What was I thinking just now? It's whatever thought I had is gone now. Thanks, darn. All right, continue.
You need to stop physically hitting yourself in the head, giving you brain damage.
He's the one hitting me in the head, giving me brain damage. Missed the first 2 hours. Can you give me a fully detailed recap so I know what's happening? We'll pretty much literally just started because I took the first hour or so just recapping what had happened so far. Thinking too hard on things I can't possibly solve. We did see the girl, so that was interesting. How do you introduce that? Natsui couldn't stop her tears over the death of Kenzo, whom she had loved like a second father. Himself rubbed Natsui's back, consoling her. The girl, duh. Ross slumped into his late father's favorite chair. By sitting there, he might have been immersing himself in the memories of his departed father. Or perhaps he thought that by sitting there, he might be able to understand just a bit of the madness of Kinzo's later years, which had eluded him to the end of his father's life. Except you do know what's happening. Shut up, dude. Nanjo turned his back and looked down over the outside world through a crack in the curtains. This is what Kinzo would have done. Stare outside. Did you literally just make that?
I found an image generator, so nice and easy.
A freaking prophecy generator? Or
yeah.
it's literal.
Not the best one, but it works.
That's so fucking dumb, dude. The prophecy. The girl. Get this garbage out of here. I hate the girl.
I love the girl. She's my favorite character.
Not even Nanjo's your favorite?
He's a close second.
Nanjo turned his back and looked down over the outside world through a crack in the curtain. It was the same thing he'd often done when Kinzo sat in that chair contemplating a chess move. Would it have been better if he was in bed? For a year? Well, I guess then he could have made arrangements for distributing the inheritance and whatnot. A sudden death is probably more troublesome, yeah.
それは逆だ。最後の瞬間までお元気だったことを喜ぶべきです。建前上はそうなるがね。
That will have to be my public stance. Nanjo understood that as well. Nanjo understands. This was the death of Ushirimiya Kinzo, a man who had risen like a comet and to rise, and glitter like a supernova in a post-war world of business. His funeral will probably be of a fantastic scale. And it would also be the ceremony marking Cross's inheritance of the headship. We'd have to arrange everything as the host of the event, carry out funeral diplomacy perfectly, and make it clear that the Ushirimiya family would still hold enormous influence in the political and financial spheres. As Nanjo watched Cross, he was vividly reminded of the time when Kinzo had been suddenly selected as the Ushirimiya family head. You were there when it happened? A time in which Kinzo had been lost and confused. Nanjo could remember that well. Why? You were around that long? Why? How? He was able to understand Cross's distress and sympathize with it. You were friends with him that... What? What's that? First time I'm hearing about that. I know you guys were like a long-time friends, but that long? Natsui's sobs eventually subsided. Seeing this and leading Kumasawa to care for Natsui as a fellow woman, Genji returned across. Let those women take care of each other. And he lowered his head slightly, as though asking what should be done.
手続き等は私と源氏さんでやろう。クラウスさんはまずは親戚の方々に連絡した方がいいでしょうな。
Cross, with his hand still over his eyes, didn't respond. Perhaps even though he had known this day would come, Cross really couldn't hide his shock at how suddenly it had reached them.
私と南條先生にお任せを。旦那様はまずは奥様とご相談いただくのが良いかと思います。
Two is great with female servants. Oh, I'm now reminded of how she treated Shannon and all that. What was that? In episode 2? Being pretty much mean for basically no reason? Cleaning the entire hallway, idiot? I had a thought and I got distracted once again.
Darn seems really good at doing that to you.
I could only keep one thing in my mind at a time. Right, here it is. So I guess at the start of the conference, everyone's coming in with the knowledge that Kinzo is dead. And they're gonna... And that's gonna be a main difference as the starting point here. Hashem is a bit low. I turned him up quite a bit. You know when the girl comes in this.
Well, I can't just spoil it.
Yeah, you can't. We'll never be friends
At least gotta
again.
pretend like I don't know anything.
Alright, just give me a moment to check on my water. Get my like
I don't think I can bump myself
token.
up.
I already bumped you up, it's fine. You should be good. Alright, be back for
I
like
am capable of bumping myself up
a quick
if I need
minute.
to anyway.
Flavor tea. Go for this.
Coffee flavored. Yeah, I think I should send you the gif I sent him, Darn. Not as much of a Deltarune fan as he is, I think, but...
OBS picked up my voice there. You were still unmuted, so I hope you didn't say anything on my stream that would get me banned. Maybe he left to go do something. Anyway, howdy.
No, I'm here.
Oh, just ignoring me.
I just needed to start typing something.
You-
Otherwise, you'd be hearing this.
What's wrong with hearing typing sounds?
It's cringe.
Alright. What did? Yes, going over what I was saying earlier. I guess the differences that these two idiots have been making is everyone knowing at the start that Kinzo's dead and coming to a conference with that knowledge. And I guess the main I guess conflict at the start is going to be how to start distributing everything. Like, actually. How do you put...
Yeah, because the
How did Birkenstone shove her?
excuse wouldn't work here anymore.
What do you were literally here! Oh, they said Kinzo was dead.
But how'd he die?
How did he die? He died by dying.
He was so healthy back in episode 4. He was running around, laughing, was having such a good time.
Lambda Delta better not fucking start putting her own OC in this stupid story as well. I will end stream straight up right there.
Quite a few more spots to fill up on the character page.
Don't say that. I was
There's like a whole right side to fill up there.
thinking like, oh wow, it's they decent bit large. But it's like set up the same way, isn't it?
It is.
Why does it look like
Which
there's
usually
an...
takes up the spot under Kinzo.
Oh, right! Nanjo's usually up one. Genji's usually where Nanjo is, and then everyone else is like moved to the left.
It's a little bit different, yeah.
Like, I was looking at this while reading the character things earlier at the beginning and thinking maybe this layout was just how this version is, but they really could just fit a lot more people in here. This isn't Breaker Season 9
At least
Q.
5 people, yeah.
How are they gonna end up doing things? I'm gonna...
Well, I guess 4 people, since the girl will take up 1 spot as well.
A girl.
And there's so much room for more people on that screen.
Oh man. Alright. Where were we? Oh, lead us, Dr. Najo, me, Cross-sama. I suggest that you first speak with Madam. Talk to your wife. Maybe she heard that, or maybe it was coincidence. As though responding to Genji's words, Natsui came over. Her eyes were red from crying so much. But she apparently understood the heavy responsibility had been imposed on the two of them, even better than Cross did.
これからはあなたが栄光ある後宮家の当主です。お父様の後を立派に継いだことを内外に示しましょう。
Oh man, Eva's gonna be absolutely devastated when she hears that. Wait, what about the freaking epitaph? They're still gonna do the whole thing where whoever solves it becomes head, even though Cross is, I guess, now head? Supposedly, right now? Does the epitaph supersede that?
この夏
I mean, I guess it's the closest thing to a will they have from
棺を
Kinzo.
並べる日までお仕えする覚悟です。
Quick.
I would say I could take precedence over Natsui just saying Kraus is the head.
Stopping Cross from just going to the freaking front of the mansion and tearing down the epitaph.
Everyone comes in for the conference like, Where's the epitaph? What epitaph? Never was one here.
Never heard of it.
You're insane.
Epitaph, you sure you're not hallucinating?
Sacrifices? Are you idiots? Father would never sacrifice his children.
Trying to encourage her husband, who was overcome with shock, Natsui lent him some reassuring words. When Cross finally lowered his hands that had been covering his face, he looked up at the ceiling with a blank expression and let out a deep, deep sigh.
どうかしっかり。お父様の残したものを食い荒らそうと目論む輩が大勢いるのですよ。
Is that a mosquito that just landed on me? What the fuck? How'd you get in here? Where'd it go? I lost him.
私たちはお父様の名誉と財産を守るために戦わなければなります。それが後ろ宮家当主の最初の仕事ですよ。
分かってる。分かっているとも。
南條先生と源氏はお役所や葬儀業者への手配をお願いします。
Interesting that it's Nanjo and Gen. Well, I guess you would expect them to be here, but if we go thinking about like episode 2 again, they are the ones that Natsui said are on their side.
Yeah.
Which makes me suspicious about everything here. Especially Genji.
お父様の葬儀にふさわしいものとなるよう特に手配を頼みますよ。
かしこまりました。
それから南條先生、お父様は病院でお亡くなりになったわけではないので、
場合によっては解剖が入るかもしれませんな。
Why?
なんとかなりませんか?
I guess to guarantee what the cause of death actually was. That confirmed that it really was old age or whatever. Yeah, I guess that makes sense the more I think about it.
Like, you can't just bring a corpse and just say, yeah, he died of natural circumstances, it's fine.
亡くなったとはいえ、お父様の大切なお体です。
Huh.
傷をつけるなど耐えられることではありません。
Saying it like that kind of makes it suspicious. You don't want an
definitely
autopsy
not
to
trip
be done.
and drop it into the boiler. Please, whatever you do.
No, but it's like she's using the premise of not wanting his body damaged to like avoid an autopsy if possible. Which is a very suspicious sounding thing when someone of high importance like him, like, dies. Don't you think?
気持ちはわかる。だが、そういうところをきっちりすることも大切だ。それに、こう言ってはなんだが、難しい親族の方々が多いんじゃないかね。
Makes you say that? You know him that well already? There's no way to know what those inheritance vultures might try to find fault with. They might squawk that there was something suspicious about the cause of death and use that as a point of contention to start some trouble. I can see Eva immediately going for that angle. Right now, not only was it important to pay Kenzo's remains the respects they were due, but there was also a need to focus on solidifying the position of the new family head across.
わかりました。必要最小限にお願いします。間違ってもお父様の威厳が損なわれるようなお姿にしないように。
Please make absolutely sure no autopsy happens. Nothing suspicious has been done to him, but make sure it doesn't happen.
I mean, she saw his points pretty quickly. At least she's like, okay, but keep it to a minimum, please. I feel like if something suspicious did happen, she'd fight it a little more.
Yeah, but Nanjo's on her side.
Is he? these are double agents.
Hmm.
安心しなさい。
Sanjo would do anything for money. He needs it. More than anything else.
More than anything else.
とにかく金蔵さんのことはわしらに任せて、夏日さんはクラウスさんのそばにいてあげなさい。
Alright, Genji, let's go. Into the boiler.
これからが大変なんだから。
分かっています。あなたもどうかしっかり。
Ross was still staring lazily at the ceiling with a befuddled expression on his face. Natsui understood the shock and heavy responsibility. She felt that she understood her husband's feelings as well as anyone possibly could.
親族への連絡
Just
は
fell asleep.
私がします。
I love for a girl who'd love me as much as Natsui loves her husband's father.
今だけは休まれてください。
That's the dream, isn't it? Loves Kinzo. Ross didn't respond. Natsui thought that he was being a little bit weak, but that just made it all the more important for her to support him right now. Seeing her husband like this actually stirred Natsui up, and a resolute expression rose to her face.
これから忙しくなります。今できることを始めましょう。夫はきっとお父様と二人きりで話したいこともあると思います。私たちは一度ここを退出しましょう。
そうでございますね。その時間はきっと今しか取れないでしょうから。
Being in charge of a funeral is tiring work. There's no time to shed tears. If Cross were to ever be given the time to cry for his dead father, that time would have to be now. Why would he cry for him? Everyone agreed with Kumasawa's words. Even though Cross continued to lazily gaze up at the ceiling and didn't respond in any way, Natsui urged the servants to go.
私はジェシカにも話してきます。今やあの子が次期当主です。それにふさわしい
Ava's definitely not gonna like
よく
that.
言い聞かせなくては。
Dude, she would crash out harder than anything else.
She's gonna crash out first at Cross being the head. And then when it's mentioned that Jessica's gonna be the successor, she's just fucking... She's gonna kill everyone! Again! Just episode 3! And then she's gonna pin the blame on Natsui using the girl.
Oh, yeah, because nobody would expect her to kill her own husband and child.
Except, I think...
It's genius.
Oh no, hold on. Eva killing the people who had slashes in them, but Hideyoshi was different. Which, like, the way he's died, I think, makes me think that the person had to have been different. So I think maybe Eva crashing out and killing pretty much... No, because George also had the slash, right?
Why would she crash out of Hideyoshi dying and then kill George during it? It's like...
No, I was thinking... Like, I wasn't thinking of George being included in that, because I forgot he also died in the 6 that we saw. So my thought was freaking Eva killing... Basically... Wasn't Natsui part of that? Or Kraus? I know Jessica was.
It was Jessica, Hideyoshi, George, Maria, Rosa, and Genji.
Yeah, okay.
Pretty random selection.
Anyway, it's completely wrong, so I might as well finish this train of thought that I had. But my thought was that Eva did all the slashings, and then someone else took out Hideyoshi, and she was using that to, like, start relieving suspicion off of her by accusing Natsui of doing everything. Maybe at that point she believed that Natsui actually killed Hideyoshi. Or maybe the witches just made freaking Eva just straight up pure evil, and she literally did just kill everyone, including her husband and son. It would lead
Just
to
go
the future that Angie has of her husband and son being dead. It'd be similar
True.
in a way. Hmm.
Like what Darn said, Jessica would just hand over the title to George anyway.
She
Yeah, he'd just have to ask for it.
probably would. She'd be like, "All right, I'm the successor now." Whenever that happens, and she'd be like, "All right, I'm done. Here, George. I name you successor. I name you the new head. Congratulations. Handshake done. Out of here."
Just
Continue.
awesome with that cape, though.
Wait, I like the little black screens with the text on, like the with words cutting in.
Hmm.
Interesting thing they got going on there. I don't know if it's intentional, but it seems to work well, at least so far.
What do you mean intentional? Like, of course it's intentional.
Well, the way like the text box gets removed, like there was a part in the question arcs where it was obviously, well, it seemed unintentional. Like it was during, I think, the a battle between Beatrice and Virgilia that happened, where it cut to like the old way of things being displayed.
Hmm. I don't remember that.
Where like no text box, it was just like characters in the background and then text over the screen instead of in a text box. Anyway. Let's assume it's intentional then. Each started to make their way out of the study. Cross finally spoke. They stopped walking.
待て。
はい。
Hadn't she already stopped walking, just like her husband had asked? But despite that, he once again told her to wait. From those lightly weak words, Natsui understood that he had probably stopped her because he wanted her to be by his side. Oh, how sweet.
お前たちは下へ。私は夫と言います。何かあったらここに電話するように。
かしこまりました。だから待てと言っている。
Ooh, he said it with the big text. He said, wait! Ross only raised his voice. Everyone jumped and turned around. Unable to comprehend what she had done to spark her husband's wrath, Natsui ran up to him.
どうしましたあなた。私は何か失礼なことを口にしてしまいましたか。だったらお許しを。
いや、違う。そうじゃない。そうじゃない。少し待て。時間をくれ。
ええ、わかっています。
How does he not want them to relate and use that Shinzo was dead yet? And they're not, none of the relatives aren't gonna come here with that information.
心を整理するためにも必要です。
That would still lead things to starting out the same, right?
私たちは
It would, yeah.
その時間をあなたにあげようと、ここから静かに出ていくだけですよ。
Just telling him to wait, like, wait! Before you do anything, call the girl. She needs to be here. Oh, I got rid of my
Of course.
We need
His
her.
best friend, the girl.
Still a bit warm.
だからそれを待てというのだ。
Ooh, very angry.
誰もその場から動くな。一歩たりともだ。疲れたなら、椅子にでもソファーにでも好きに座ればいい。だから何も喋らずに静かに黙って、何もせずにいろ。
Those unreasonable words felt like a glimpse of how Kinzo used to be. He's already acting the part sick. And be a great head. Until we
You
couldn't.
mean assuming her gender? That's all we know about her. She was called the girl.
Can I scroll up far enough to see the girl? And the girl, it says so right here. See it? See? The girl. I'm just calling her by the name it's given us. Alright. Until we couldn't hide a slight surprise at those words, which made it seem as though Kinzo had possessed her husband. Didn't even notice. Well, it's that ESL is his issue, and my issue is I didn't read what you said. I was just going by what he said. So.
Wow. Okay. I also read what he said. You would have just heard it from me saying it.
You know I don't parse words in my mind, dude. I just wanted a reason to be mad at Darn for hitting me earlier.
Yeah.
Where was I? Did I read this? I have to read it again anyway. Natsui couldn't hide a slight surprise at those words, but made it seem as though Kinzo had possessed her husband. Maybe he did! Natsui told her servants to wait for the time being. He ordered them to sit in a sofa a short distance off, approached her husband, and spoke to him in a small voice.
あなたがお命じになれば夏日はいくらでも待ちます。とどまります。ですからどうかお気を沈められてください。
違う。そうではないのだ。そうではないのだ。
Was it really his father's blood? Or was he actually being possessed? Cross's disorderly style of speech strongly resembled Kinzo's. As she watched this, Natsui felt even greater certainty that Cross was indeed Kinzo's son. That he was the true successor to the head, more suitable than any other person. Alright, go tell that to Eva. Whoa, he moved to the side? Man, the animations in this version are fucking sick, dude. Oh, Cross stood up and headed towards the window, trying to lengthen the distance between himself and the servants waiting on the sofa by even... Oof, my brain didn't parse any of that correctly. Cross stood up and headed towards the window, trying to lengthen the distance between himself and the servants waiting on the sofa by even a small amount. Natsui realized that he must have something secret that he wanted to talk about.
はい、あなた、何事ですか？
親父に死なれては、
しかし、もうお亡くなりになりました。
If that dying would be bad.
そういうわけには参りません。
そうじゃない。今はまずいんだ。
どういうことですか？
親父の財産を担保にしている。相続問題になれば隠しようせない。
So they still have him, like, embezzling pretty much.
担保ですか？いかほど？
All of it.
メロディーランドの時、近藤君を応援したことがあっただろう。
Who is Kondo? And what the fuck is Melody Land?
あの方とは縁を切れと申し上げたじゃありませんか。私には断ったと言ったはず。
Maybe that's the girl's name.
どうして？
男の義理というものがある。断れなかった。
Girls claimed to hold honor as a virtue. However, Natsui knew that he most often used this as an excuse after he couldn't bring himself to pass up a deal. Too good.
この島のリゾート計画でかなりの借金をされたのではありませんでしたか？
ああ、したさ。方々で恩人に世話になったのだ。それらを返済するためにも座しているわけにはいかない。返済するためには金がいる。金を生むためには金がいる。金がなければ始まらない。この島の計画だって企画会社がおかしなことにならなければ順調だったのだ。都の役人とも連携は取れていた。東京都の新しい観光スポットになると知事の太鼓判ももらえていた。
Ah, come on. Frickin' mosquito was flying in front of me and I caught it. When I opened my hand and fucking flew out again, I thought I crushed it. I'll get you yet. Alright, what was he saying? Had a corporation of government officials even had the governor's personal guarantee that this would become the newest travel destination in the Tokyo metropolis. Really? Wait a minute. That reminds me of how the fence had a Tokyo Metropolis sign on it or something, right? The fence around what I think is the Kuwadorian? Or was it around something else? When did I get that info?
I don't remember this at all. That's such an insane detail.
Was it Angie that saw that? On her way to, like, inside the Rokkenjima to go to the, I guess, as close as she could to the mansion? I think it was in Angie's future that happened. And then it was described that if you needed people to build something, it would be them? I need to go back and look at that scene, I think. But I very distinctly remember a sign on a fence on Rokkenjima with Tokyo Metropolis on it. Huh. I'm
Looking
trying.
up real quick, I see that the island was repossessed by the Tokyo Metropolis and then sealed off to the public.
Is that how that
Maybe
went?
that's where the fence came in. I really don't remember this detail about a fence with that on it.
I definitely do.
But that's what I'm seeing, so maybe that's what you remembered.
I'm pretty sure it was on like when Angie made it to Rokkenjima and was like traveling through the island before she got ambushed by Kasumi. I can remember details. Weird ones,
They're
but I can
most
remember them.
insane details, honestly.
This detail would come in handy later.
Probably not a good sign if I don't remember it.
Oh yeah, there's a sign like that. Darnito agrees, but he's probably agreeing with me just to make you more mad or something. I don't know.
He probably knows every single tiny ass detail about Umineko. He probably remembers how many fucking balls are in this fucking cabinet in the back off the top of his head.
0. I don't see any balls.
I said buttholes.
Oh!
There would be fucking balls in kids' fucking study.
Maybe he likes balls. He collects them as a whole ball collection. I'm gonna destroy you.
Loves them balls. Especially Beatrice's balls.
But, right, it said that Ireland was repossessed. I don't think they would have needed to build a fence at all if they just cut off like most or any boat from going back to the island. Yeah, how else are you gonna get there? Gonna swim? It makes me think that maybe what Angie was seeing was the like groundwork for starting to get the island built as like a resort.
It's possible. Not a truth I can deny.
Anyway, I was given the governor's personal guarantee that to become the newest travel destination in Tokyo Metropolis. The groundwork I laid was completely perfect.
たまたま巡り合わせとタイミングが悪かったちょっとした運のすれ違い事故みたいなものだった
あれは事故なんかではありません詐欺ですあなたは騙されたのです初めから彼らはこの島のリゾート計画など描けていなかったのです
How to explain this fence with a design on it?
Dude, if they'll actually come up, this is right here.
You would know. It would be funny though. Chikara To another person?
世界と未来に目を向けた広大な視野を私が夢だと信じていたものなど猫の額ほどの広さしかないことを教えてくれた。夢が広がる世界に未来に。夏日も一緒に聞いていただろう。
ええ、聞いていました。そしてお帰りになられた後に申し上げたはずです。あの方はうさんくさい。語るのは未来ばかりで地に足がついていない。これ以上お付き合いしてはならないと。
土方君は立派な好青年だ。彼の生き様からは学ぶことも多いぞ。彼は若いを尊敬できる。彼のことを侮辱することは許さんぞ。
あなたは同じことを月旅行の時にもおっしゃいました。先見性がある、未来がある、夢があると連呼され、その挙句はいかがでしたか。高等無形な話だったとあなた自らがお認めになったではありませんか。
Man, this is cool white the fight they're having.
私はNASA の高官とか名乗るおかしな男が現れた頃からこれは絶対に
Wait, I didn't parse what the fuck they were saying until just now, actually.
Yeah, Krauses are fucking idiots.
Like, I was thinking, like, when it said moon tourism, I was thinking that was like another company name thing. I wasn't thinking of it as actually touring to the moon. Just some dude claimed up to be a freaking NASA official. Like, hey, let's tour the moon. Give me some money.
Why would he lie?
あれはあの外国人が国際的な詐欺師だったに過ぎない。あの件については私も曽根崎氏も被害者だ。
Another name. Someone else got fooled by that too.
彼の先見性は今をもって間違っていない。将来必ず世界の大富豪が宇宙旅行をたしなむ時代が訪れる。
Cross, you fucking idiot. I'm losing respect for
So
you.
I'm talking like the 80s, by the way. I hope you remember that. Or like 70s at worst, but somewhere around there.
When did the moon landing happen? 1969. So it's only been like a decade or so, right? 1980 is around when this stuff happened. Oh, it's Cross, you. They barely made it to the moon with like fucking duct tape and gum, holding together a piece of fucking balled up aluminum foil. That's.
How's it the gold on the moon? No wonder nobody could find it.
Oh, dude.
And Ava solved it. She found the spacecraft.
It was real. Oh man. Alright, Cross, you fucking dumbass. You're great. Man, you're stupid. There would definitely come a time when space tourism will be a popular indulgence for the world's riches.
そしてその最初の事業は民間医者によって独占されるだろう。着眼点は間違っていない。
Whoa, the word scrolled a little bit in that text box. I like readjusted to fit into the box. It's doing it again! Holy! The box is getting bigger,
I think
actually.
that's something Umineko does as well. I think the old model would just start a new text box for that.
曽根崎という男もその一味だったと申し上げているのです。あなたはどこまでお人よしなのですか。どうしていつもうさんくさい話を疑いもせずに乗ってしまうのですか。
Or else, maybe Tatsui actually is too good for you. Holy. Hold on. What the heck is happening here? Oh. Oh, I have so many freaking volumes in
訂正しろ。曽根崎氏は優秀な未来ある男だ。うさんくさくなどない。彼の語る夢は未来を先取りしているからこそ それが見えるものには妄想にしか見えんだけど。
I might be changing my mind. Maybe Eva should be the head and then Georgia's the successor. Jessica would at least be fine with that.
女のお前には未来など見えん。
ええ、女の私には未来など見えません。でも現在なら見えます。私の目の前で狡猾な二枚舌の詐欺師たちに丸め込まれ、騙されてなお妄信している哀れな夫の姿なら見ることができます。
Here, hold on. Freaking sound effects are a lot louder. I assume the wind we're hearing is a sound effect. Okay.
The wind is just the sound of the inside of Krause's head.
It's true. Okay, we'll have it 1 pip above BGM, I think. I like stopped it completely. It's not coming back. It's...
言ったわ。お前には金も事業も経済も何もわからん。夫の仕事に口は出すな。妻は家事だけをしてればいい。
okay.
お前は黙っていろ。
Here comes the sexism. We can't have Umineko without it. It was getting a little bit before it started. Without another word, Natsui fell silent, just as Cross wanted. He was already far beyond anger and sadness, and the emotion that lay on the other side of those was an almost indifferent pity. It's a wind is Kinzo laughing at Cross from beyond the grave. I forget, Cross probably heard of the space tourism thing that freaking Cross was starting to invest in and had a heart attack right then. That this was gonna be his successor. The family is doomed. Cross had always been frightened of Kinzo since the days of his youth and had come to subconsciously admire the way his father lived. Without realizing it, he had come to believe that he could only be recognized as a man in his own right if he surpassed his father. However, Kinzo had been a mad genius, the likes of which had never before been seen in the Uchiramiya family's long history. His talent was a gift from heaven, and it definitely wasn't genetic, making much less something that could be learned. Wind is back. Alright. Freaking learning how stupid Cross is, that's great. Great start to this. Already plenty interesting stuff going on. So we instructed the servants not to tell anyone about Kenzo's death. Alright, yeah, here it is. And dismissed everyone for the time being to give the two of them a chance to talk alone. She invited Cross to her bedroom. Whoa. And made him tell her everything about their current financial situation. There were things that Natsui hadn't been told about under the assumption that a woman had no business knowing. Natsui had herself made a point of avoiding this area in the past, thinking that it wasn't a wife's place to intrude on such matters. However, the hell are you laughing at? Laughing at me? Laughing at me some more? For this might have also meant that she had been remiss in her duty as a wife to protect her family. Cross isn't stupid, he's just different.
He's a little special.
He just believes a little too much. But he's not a woman, so he can't be a witch.
Apparently.
The depths of his sin have been made quite clear to Natsui. Cross was probably tired of trying to defend himself. Perhaps because he had gotten a headache. He had hit his face and sank into silent. Well, it's Cross with the headaches instead of Natsui? Natsui noticed that the water in the electric kettle was boiling and stood up to refill her cup with black tea. Oh, that's what I have? Corn spice black tea, I think it is. And when she touched a cup of black tea, she noticed for the first time the sound of the cup and saucer clinking together told her that her fingers were shaken. Oh, this is, I think, a new angle on the mansion. Cross had built up a large debt to obtain funds for his various projects and had to cover the losses when they failed. Of course, he had put the mansion and property up as collateral. However, doing such a thing above board would have resulted in the mortgage being registered. In other words, here, let me fix this going on there. There we go. There would have been a record that Cross had put Kinzo's wealth up as collateral to obtain a loan without anyone's permission. Cross couldn't afford for Kinzo, Eva, and the others to learn of such a thing, especially Eva. Wait, did I read that right? Oh yeah, okay. He did this while Kinzo was alive then.
Yeah, he was fucking putting up the mansion as collateral while he was alive.
How did Kinzo not catch on to that?
Probably too busy crying about Beatrice.
You know what? Maybe. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Well, holy shit, if he found out, he would have fucking grabbed him with one finger and tossed him against the ground.
I can already picture it. That's not how that works. How do I... Sorry, I need a friend to ask him something, so I need to get to this with him right now. Maybe Kinzo would be all in on moon tourism. It's a big gamble. If it actually works out. Well, he probably would have seen the fact that he was trying to get swindled like right away. How did Cross not see it though? I would see it. What is he, stupid? The answer is yes. Alright, so, oops. That. Here we go. Alright. There we go. That should be what my friend needs. Alright, where were we? It's still reeling in from what fucking Cross did. Therefore... Right, he did all that while Kinzo was alive. Therefore, we've been putting up those assets as collateral using the worst possible method. Signed over the deeds and power of attorney. What does that mean? What Cross was saying probably meant that he had, in essence, signed away the rights to their assets. If those assets had been used as collateral for a loan, then Cross would have had some options under the law. Did I read that right? He would have had to deal with a bank which would have absolutely no compassion, but they would have been able to work something out within the rules set by society. However, signing away the deed and power of attorney was a whole different story. In short, Samari, even the mansion they were living in was at risk. If the person holding the deed were to decide to ignore his agreement with Cross and sell the mansion to a third party, right this moment they would have no recourse whatsoever.
Yeah, he really fucked up for his insane investments.
Really? You freaking signed it over in a way that the other person could literally just say fuck you and sell it themselves? What the fuck, dude?
And that's why he needs money more than anything else.
No kidding. apart from using their house as collateral for a loan. This was basically the same as selling it to borrow money. Alright. My friend finally got what he needed. He didn't know what that I was streaming and wanted to call me to explain something, but we got through it. Alright, where were we? Sorry about that. Jeez.
つまり、
Somebody.
白宮家の生殺与奪は金貸したちの手に委ねられていたわけですね。
He just basically gave them the entire mansion with like a pinky promise that they won't do anything bad. It's wild. Cross, dude. Oh man, freaking Kinzo would have flipped the fuck out if he ever learned of that. Maybe he did find out and he got so angry he died in bed.
His death was pretty
彼ら
sudden.
のほんのわずかの気まぐれを起こして突然この家を売り払ったら私たちは今すぐにも荷物をまとめ出ていかなくてはならないということですね。
理屈上はそうだ。
Ava would find that so fucking funny.
取引の相手はいずれも社会的信用のある人物ばかりだ。
I would laugh for a bit and then immediately be pissed. And then kill everyone. Including her husband and son in a blind rage and then be like, oh shit, oops. Start blaming Natsui.
Damn, Natsu, how could you make me kill my own husband and child?
その金じゃないぞ。
I don't know how much I believe that, Cross. All the people you're made arrangements with are reputable? Are you sure?
経済人同士の信用
They have
取引
never wronged him.
Based on trust? Yeah, I get that you trust them, but like, is that two ways? Both?
私も相手を信用している。
Yeah, we get that.
相手だって私に金を貸すことで私が大きな事業を成功させ投資した額が大きくなって帰ってくることを信用している。委任状
I don't know about that part though.
私の誠意と事業の絶対の成功を疑わないからだ。ここで渋ったらどうなる？自分の事業に自分で自信が持てないことになるだろう。
If your ventures had been successful, we wouldn't be in debt now, would we? Tatsui only barely stopped herself from saying it.
お父様は亡くなりました。するとどうなりますか？あなたの借金が白日のもととなり、他の兄弟たちに咎められることになるわけですか？
それだけでは済まない。多分刑事訴訟にも及ぶだろう。
刑事訴訟？
Not criminal charges.
どうしてですか？
君は知らない方がいい。とにかく絶対にこのことを誰にも知られてはならんのだ。
Cross looked at the floor shamefully, shaking his head over and over. If it would come to criminal charges, then he must have broken some laws. You think? What's like signing over the entire mansion without his like father's consent?
Yeah, it's not even really his house. He just lives in his father's mansion.
That's like gotta be some sort of law broken right there. What is... You dweebs can understand business. You're right, I don't... maybe I should stop talking on the subject.
I mean, I probably know more about it than Kraus.
You know what? True. True. He'd probably been so intent on raising a large sum of money that he hadn't paid any heed to appearances, more than anything else. Ross had seriously believed that his many projects would definitely succeed and return huge profits. So he figured that even if he broke a few laws, he would be able to pay everything back before long and pretend that the whole thing had never happened. This might have lessened his resistance towards breaking a couple laws. And now Kinzo's death, the worst possible thing, had occurred. And soon he wouldn't be able to keep it all hidden.
私たちはどうなるのですか？
心配することはない。君は信じてくれんな。景気は今確実に上向いているんだ。私が都心で投資した不動産価値はみるみる上昇している。今それらを統合して巨大ビジネスタワーを建設する計画が進んでいる。これは私のこれまでの投資の中で最も確実で最も大きな成功をしているものだ。
Business.
それは身をつけるのにまだ時間をかける。絶対に確実だが、今すぐというわけではないのだ。
その事業の
Don't
成
worry,
功
my
は
NFTs will
借
increase in
金を
value.
返済する
We're
に
getting
足り
there.
るものです
This idiot probably would invest in NFTs, dude.
The numbers will go up.
That's who we looked at. This image of a monkey will be worth a lot. Not worth a lot now. But you gotta believe.
My apes will give us millions.
The man who sold me this ape wouldn't lie to me. He said it was worth billions.
It's the rarest ape of them all. There's only one of them.
Will the success of that venture be enough to pay back our debts? About that.
もちろんだと思う。こ
Of
れまでの
course,
借
he
金
said.
をすべて帳消しにできる。だから信じてくれ。もう少しだけ時間が欲しいんだ。
しかしお父様はもうお亡くなりになってしまいました。もうその時間はないのですよ。
わかっている。わかってい
Hey,
る
a。little lockbox with a mirror in it.
だからどこかから金を調達して今すぐに借金を返さなくてはならない。とにかく金が必要なんだ。金が大量に今すぐ。
He should have solved the epitaph and found a room full of gold. That would have solved everything. I don't think Cross is smart enough to figure out the epitaph, though, what we just learned. Cross roared and clutched his head, writhing about as if in pain. As Notsui watched, several conflicting emotions swirled about in her chest. She felt pity for her husband. At the same time, she felt he was a fool. But he kind of is. And she also felt a mixture of anger and regret toward her own responsibility in letting her husband run wild for so long. Yeah, Natsui, why didn't you control him sooner? It should have been clear to him well before today that they were in a very critical situation, and yet he had irresponsibly waited for this moment to come. And was now writhing about. Her husband was so foolish and pitiful. It was easy to feel frustrated with him. However, she was his wife. For a wife to ridicule her husband as a fool would run in conflict with her responsibilities. If he was a fool, then she would have to support him to compensate. However, she didn't have a clue what she was meant to do about this. He invested in moon tourism! What is she supposed to do about someone like that? There was a massive amount of money like that within easy reach. There's no way Cross would have already laid his... Why can't I parse what was being said? If there was a massive amount of money like that within easy reach, there was no way that Cross wouldn't have already laid his hands on it. It would be easy to tell him to be a man and give up on everything. But that would also run in conflict with her responsibilities. No wonder she sucks at raising Jessica, raising Cross a full-time job already. She felt that too, apparently.
That's the other two idiot children.
She was Ushiramiya Natsui. The woman had become Cross's wife and sworn to support him, the new head of the Ushiramiya family, for as long as she lived. She had to somehow help her husband in his efforts to raise money. She understood it logically, but she couldn't suppress the indescribable feeling of dejection that seemed to rise up from the dark depths of her heart.
そうだ。親父の隠し黄金。
The gold. If I have that, everything will be better.
10トンの黄金なら200億の価値がある。あれさえあれば。そうそう。あれさえ見つかれば万事は解決する。夏日、あれだ。魔女の碑文だ。あれを解こう。一緒に解こう。黄金さえ見つかれば万事解決なんだ。そうさ。この島のどこかに隠されてるはずなんだ。あれさえあれば。あれさえあれば。
Start digging up the whole island. Atsui, get the shovel.
一体あなたやめてください。
Ross, acting as excited as if he thought up a perfect, brilliant plan, grasping Atsui's upper arm tightly. Atsui couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It wasn't just because she heard something as fake-sounding as hidden gold brought up. Ross usually disparaged the story of the hidden gold, saying that it didn't exist and that it was all a fiction his father had created to borrow a lot of money. Atsui was doubly taken aback because of this.
そうだ。ジェシカにも協力してもらおう。
Roping Jessica into it too.
Yeah, she'll figure it out.
She can do it.
今は一家の一大事なんだ。みんなで協力し合わなくてはならない。
Oh, if she hears about your moon tourism, like, fucking business here, she's gonna call you stupid immediately.
そうだ。あんなの親父が作った気まぐれな謎なんだ。解けるはずさ。解けないはずがないんだ。それしかないんだ。ああ、夏日。本当によかった。まだ手は残っていたんだよ。こんなに身近に。この島に黄金はある。それさえあれば万事解決なんだ。
Cross is gone actually insane.
夏日、ジェシカを呼ぶんだ。今すぐここに。家族の危機は家族で乗り越えよう。さあ早く。黄金はこの島にある。すぐ身近にあるんだ。
Atsui knocked Cross aside, unable to withstand the pain in the arm he was twisting in its excitement. Cross tripped over the edge of the bed and flopped pathetically onto the floor.
いい加減にしてください。そしてどうか冷静になられ
And
てく
that's
だ
how
さい。
Kraus died.
後宮家の一大事にそんな夢み
That
た
was
いな
her
ことを言い
first
出してど
crime.
うするというのですか。
夏日。
あなたもよく頭を冷やされて現実的な金策をお考えになってください。私も頭を冷やしてきます。
待ってくれ、夏日。
And dealing with this is why she has, like, the migraines all the time. It's starting to make sense. It's coming all together. Maybe falling over had knocked his sense back into him. Cross tried to tell Natsui to stop, but she just kept walking. Closing the door forcefully, Natsui dashed away. Natsui ran through the corridor. Straight into Genji. She didn't want anyone to see her like this, but she ran headlong into Genji.
大変失礼いたしました。奥様、お怪我はございませんか。
私は大丈夫です。放っておきなさい。
かしこまりました。
現地、お父様の書斎はどうなっていますか。
そのままにしております。南條先生は客間におられますが。
そうですか。書斎の鍵は持っていますか。
はい、ございます。
お貸しなさい。しばらく私とお父様の二人きりにするように。
Why? What are you gonna do in there?
もし主人に私のことを聞かれても知らないというのですよ。
かしこまりました。
After grabbing the key to the study that Genji was holding out to her, Natsui rushed up the stairs. He then flew into the study, and finally, she cried out loud. Just crying with a... like your dead father, like right there?
愚かな私たちをどうかお許しください。 私と主人はお父様の築き上げてきたものを受け継ぐことができます。罪深く愚かな私たちもどうかどうかお許しください。そしてもしお許しいただけるならば、どうか愚かな私たちをお導きください。
Clinging to Kinzo as he slept in the bed, Natsui cried even harder. She kept imagining Kinzo sitting up suddenly and patting her head. No, father isn't the type of person to pamper. More likely he'd yell at me to stop being so noisy. However, neither of these imaginations would come true, because it was an undeniable fact that Kinzo had entered an eternal sleep. But even so, Natsui begged sleepy Kinzo to forgive and help them. It had only been a few hours since his passing. Perhaps his soul was still there, listening to her. Believing this, Natsui begged for Kinzo's forgiveness and help even more earnestly. Bonded. Oh, it's... Oh.
私は沈黙を尊ぶといつも言っている。
He's alive! It's a miracle! The voice made Natsui jump up in surprise. His heart slows down a bit too much whenever he sleeps. It's fine. He only seemed dead. When she faced in the direction that the voice had come from, she saw Kinzo sitting at the study desk, holding up his reading glasses. Okay, no, she's gone insane. This is her imagination. Kinzo wouldn't speak like this.
なんというみそぼらしい顔か。顔を笑え。仮にも後ろ宮家次期当主の妻ではないか。そんな情けない面を使用人に見せてはならぬぞ。
はい、お父様。失礼しました。
Natsui understood. This was just an illusion, one that Natsui had created from her desire to speak with Kinzo and her memories of the man. As he once was. No, that's not it. She believed that just for now, Kinzo's soul had shown itself to her. He was sure that doubting this would cause it to vanish in an instant.
はい、お父様。夫を支えることができませんでした。本当に申し訳ありません。
つくづく後ろ宮家は呪われている。私が当主を継承した時もそれはひどいものだった。お前たちの苦難などまだまだ可愛いものだ。
Anyway, do you remember in episode 1 Natsui also went to go talk to him privately?
Yeah, I was recalling that a bit too. She's just...
I was wondering if you forgot entirely about that.
I was thinking about it, but not too much. She's just good at imagining Kinzo talking to her, I guess.
I mean, would you say he's good at it here? It doesn't feel like Kinzo. He's too nice.
He's acting like how she would want him to act toward her, I guess. And she probably never wants to speak to her to begin with.
That does sound like more like Kinzo, yeah.
Right, so imaginary conversation they're having here. Kinzo's succession to the family headship came suddenly. Did I read that right? Oh yeah. At the time, he was nothing more than a young man from one of the branch families, far separated from the Ushiromiya main family. The main family might have had honor and tradition, but that was of no relevance at all to Kinzo, and he couldn't have cared less. Don't believe in yourself, believe in the Ushirimiya Kinzo that believes in you. But he didn't believe in her, probably. I doubt it. I wouldn't expect it. Not him. Then the principal members of the main family were wiped out in the Great Kanto earthquake, along with their businesses. On top of that, there was a complicated antagonism between the members of the family at the time, and the elders were all trying to impose their will on the others in that sinking ship. Because of this, they weren't even able to elect a leader to rebuild the Ushirimiya family. They found common ground by selecting Kinzo, a youth with absolutely no ties of any of the opposing elders, to be the head. So the elders hadn't really entrusted Kinzo with the rebuilding the Ushirimiya family. Kinzo had been nothing more than their puppet, with his arms and legs being pulled in opposite directions.
お父様の苦難の日々はよく存じております。
そして戦争が始まった。当時の私はもう生きていくことに疲れ果てていた。戦場で死ねればと願ったが、前線には送られなかった。しかし、日に日に戦況が悪化し、本土決戦の時が近づいてきていた。私は不謹慎にもその日が早くやってくることを願っていた。
It was said that, as Kinzo listened to Death's approaching footsteps day in and day out, he started cutting his ties with the world one by one. And then, on that day when he had freed himself from all his attachments to life and reached a state of enlightenment, he had a mystical experience. He met her. The Golden Witch Beatrice.
私は魔女と契約を交わし、黄金と狂気の力を与えられた。
The power of madness? You didn't come with that pre-built?
その日を境に、古き私は死に、狂気の魔力を得た新しき私が誕生したのだ。
存じております。そして戦後、お父様は天才的辣腕にて後宮家を復興させるのです。
Now deceased elders who knew Kinzo at the time had whispered to each other that Kinzo must have taken a knock to the head on the battlefield and returned with a different personality. I thought it said he wasn't sent out to war, though. Did I read that wrong? Hope to die on the battlefield, but I wasn't sent to... Okay, he just wasn't sent to the front lines. He was still taking part, I think. I suppose that checks out. That makes sense, then. That was how Kinzo stood out after the war. Whether the story about Kinzo meeting a witch was true or not, there could be no doubt that the extraordinary experience of war had prepared him for death and let him reach a state of enlightenment. Tatsui must surely have felt that if Kinzo had decided to describe that resulting mystical experience as a meeting with a witch, that wasn't something she could flatly dispute. If Kinzo said it, it must have happened. He is Kinzo.
お父様は戦争からお帰りになり、魔女ベアトリーチェを従え、真の意味での後宮家当主となられたのです。
そうだ。ベアトリーチェに出会う以前の私は、当主と呼ばれるだけの人形に過ぎ、私は黄金の魔女を従えて初めて当主たり得たのだ。
Conquering the Golden Witch.
お父様。
Conquered her.
その黄金の魔女は新しき当主である夫クラウスには力を貸してくださらないのでしょうか。
貸すであろうな。
Will she though?
当主を継承したならば。
真に継承するとはどういう意味ですか。
真の意味で後宮家の当主としての責任と誇りを持てるかどうかということだ。夏日、お前ならば分かっているはず。当主とは血で継承されるものではない。魂と信念によって継承されるのだ。 クラウスが我が長男であっても、それがなくては真の当主とは呼べない。そしてそれが心に宿されていたなら、その人間はたとえクラウスでなくとも立派な新しき当主である。
Even you could be
ベ
had,
ア
that's
ト
right.
リーチェはその真の当主に力を貸すである。そうであるな、ベアトリーチェ。
She's in here with us. Yo, animated butterflies. Oh snap. When Kinzo called the witch's name, gold butterflies seethed out of every corner of the room. He's hallucinating even more? This fantastical scene had an otherworldly beauty to it. It's like standing in the midst of a blizzard of golden flower petals being blown about. A rose garden of gold. As Natsui stared at this scene in shock, the gold butterflies gathered and formed a human shape. Then the witch of the portrait appeared. I was gonna say, please show up and look something like a Lambda Delta. It would be so funny. I might have been mad at that, actually. Another reason to hate her. Huh?
What? Mads? Why?
These freaking witches shoving their OCs into this game? Of course I'm mad.
They're not breaking the rules.
Where's my OC? Why can't my OC be in the game?
You're not running the game.
It's literally running on my PC.
That's not what I mean.
That's...
You're not the game master or the game master's girlfriend. You don't get this right.
I am above that. It is... They literally only exist because I clicked on the EXE. Human shape, not a witch's shape. Checkmate witches. Oh shit. I already ruined it. That's how freaking...
That's how she solves it that fast.
That's how Birkenstow, like, she solved everything instantly.
いかにも、わらわこそが後ろ宮家顧問錬金術師。わらわは奔放にして自由。誰の命令も聞かぬ。
それを世界でたった一人。
I don't think Beatrice would have said anything this way. Certainly sounds like one of them just pretending to be Beatrice, which I guess would be Lambda Delta.
私だけが支配した。だからこそ後ろ宮家の当主たり得るのだ。
その傲慢さこそが後ろ宮家当主の資格だというか。
傲慢とはすなわち自信であり勇気である。そしてそれに見合う力を得ようとする悪なき向上心の表れである。だからこそ私はお前を支配した。
Controls her.
傲慢を語る男がそれを実現していく様を見るのは心地よいものだ。不言実行は強運なる者の言い訳に過ぎぬ。真の王者は持たぬ者さえも語る。そしてその傲慢を確かに実現してみせるのだ。わらわを支配できる者にはその王者の傲慢が必要だ。
わかるか、夏日よ。真の王者はあらゆる苦難を恐れぬ。必ず乗り越えられると公言する。その算段がなくともだ。だから弱者は希望を持つ。集い、あがめ、協力を誓う。そこに力が生まれ、有言は実行されるのだ。それを心に刻め。
Right to your heart, along with the crest of the winged eagle you're not allowed to wear. Sui understood. Through this mystical experience, Kinzo was teaching her the attitude required to overcome hardship. Even after his own death. Feeling a warm sensation rise up to her chest, she let out She let the valuable words Kinzo had given her echo through her mind over and over. The ones you imagined?
Darn, I think Kraus is the more insane one here still.
Who's the crazier, the Nebus man husband or the wife who daydreams about her dead father-in-law and his witch? I don't know.
I mean, he did sell his dad's house for moon tourism.
He did do that.
I think this is all right.
Hallucinating
Could
your
be worse.
father-in-law and the witch he made up. The one you were sure were fake to begin with.
She isn't hurting anyone doing this.
She's about to hurt everyone. Like in a bit.
The girl will prove her innocence.
No, the girl isn't gonna prove her innocence. The girl is accusing her of killing everyone.
It's a scare tactic.
I don't know about that.
Or she's trying to bait out the culprit by reading everyone's facial expressions. And if the culprit is like, hey, I won, then she points at him and it's like, you did it.
Man.
She's neglecting her daughter and her mentally challenged husband to do this. They ignore her anyway. Have you seen how Kraus talks to her? He doesn't listen to a fucking word she says.
Ross likes Natsui. I think. A true monarch. In other words, Sumari, a true head of the Ushiromiya family was not to fear hardship. They had to believe they could overcome any hardship, and that was called magic. If they could just not believe... If they could not believe themselves capable, then there was no reason why they would be. Natsui suddenly felt very ashamed the way she had come into this room, sobbing and asking Kenzo what to do.
私は愚かでした。後宮家の一大事に泣き言を言う暇などあるわけもありません。そしてお父様から後宮家を引き継いだ以上、私たちは何があってもその名誉を守り抜きます。ほう、どうやってクラウスの借金を返済するか、その青写真も描けぬのにか。
You'll figure it out. He's smart. Smarter than Kraus anyway. As Beatrice laughed unpleasantly. Oh, that wasn't it. He was testing Natsui to see whether she possessed the mental readiness to be a true monarch. Natsui didn't hesitate anymore. She answered clearly, gazing into Beatrice's eyes. Again, just staring at the portrait while she imagines all of this going on.
今はどうすればいいのか、その方法をまだ見つけることはできます。しかし、私の夫は新しき後宮家の当主であり、ですから夫に代わり私が宣言します。聞こう。後宮クラウスと夏日は必ずやこの苦難を乗り越え、後宮家の名誉を守ってみせます。お父様にご心配をおかけすることはありません。
クラウスの借金の規模と惨憺たる状況については知っておるな。はい、この屋敷さえも明日には立ち退けと命じられても拒めぬという最悪の状況です。遺産分配となれば親族たちに刑事告発さえされるかもしれません。しかし心配には及びません。そうなる前に借金をすべて返済し名誉を取り戻します。
As he stood at attention with a resolute attitude, Natsui proclaimed this clearly with Ushiromiya Kinzo and Beatrice as witnesses. For a while, they remained silent, as though weighing Natsui's resolve. And Kinzo chuckled and turned away. Wow, 1,000 clicks already. I'm wondering about something. Well, we can't see Beatrice's here. Beatrice's name here, but here... no, it's... Actually, no, yeah, all the witches are... like, all capitals. But... I guess these are servants, so they wouldn't be capital letters. Okay, her name is all capital. I don't know why I didn't read it like all capital letters. I just seeing the name Beatrice too much. Alright, never mind. Then Kinzo chuckled and turned away.
惜しい。なぜにこやつが我が息子ではなかったのか。
She really loves to think that. Like, imagine Kinzo saying that. She did.
I mean, him thinking Kraus is stupid is probably pretty canon.
Yeah, but
She's
like,
right about that part at least.
but why couldn't, like, freaking Natsui been like a son instead? That's something she thought during the other, like, fucking Kinzo imagination conversation.
その資質を持つ女を息子がめとったことさえ、これもまたそなたの強運よ。
ベアトリーチ、私の最後の命令だ。
当主でないそなたの命令をもはや聞く義理はないぞ。
ほう、ならば新しき後宮家当主の命令に従え。
そなたはすでに当主でなく、クラウスは未だ当主ではない。
I named Natsui to her. She would imagine something like that, right?
お前にそれを委ねる。
Oh.
後宮家の当主を受け継ぐ資格があるかどうか、そして片翼のわしの紋章を背負うにふさわしいかどうか、お前が確かめるのだ。
断るぞ。当主でなき男の命令など聞けぬわ。
いや違うぞ。これは遺言である。
A will. Thinking of wills, we never, in all the, like, first 4 episodes, we never got to see what the hell Kinzo had Genji and Shannon right.
I mean, it wouldn't be real anyway if he was fucking dead.
True. What were they doing in his study then?
I don't know.
I think they were at least for sure in the study. I guess Genji pretending to bring food to him with Shannon being there, but like certainly they wouldn't have to
Make an excuse
stay.
to hang out, maybe.
Like they wouldn't need like I don't think they would like really hang out. But what were they doing?
It's not exactly what I meant, but just like pass some time in there so it looks more believable.
Genji's a full-on freaking tool who cares nothing about serving. He wouldn't care about hanging out in the first place. Like relaxing or whatnot. Taking time off. That'd be something Kumasawa would want to do.
I just mean like maybe they'd think it'd be suspicious if they came out too soon, so they just stay in there for a while.
Maybe. But that also was something that came up later in the episode too, I think, where I think it was Rosa? Not Rosa. No,
Yeah,
maybe it
episode
was
two, Rosa
Rosa.
went up there and got the guns from him.
Wait. Right. She got the guns, but
He
nothing.
also claimed to have talked to him.
Did she know he was fully dead then?
I don't know.
When did Eva and Hideyoshi die in that episode? Oh, I'm starting to think back to past episodes too much, I think. Oh,
当主が残したお前への最後の命令である。
let's keep continuing. We can think more on that later when time comes up again, I think.
One of the scenes worth looking at after you learn that Kinzo is supposed to be dead. That and the Natsui one.
One up there. So, I guess maybe thinking about like all the chain of events again, Natsui was already suspicious that Kinzo might have already been dead, and that's where the whole receipt thing came from. Maybe she mentioned that to Hideyoshi before too, and that's why he was quick to pick up on the receipt thing that she was getting at, like in that conversation that they had in the parlor. When she was starting to like pressure Natsui about it.
Nanjo or Ryuan spent hours playing chess with himself in there.
Kinzo... I needed to stop myself from thinking too long about the past episode. I was starting to think how that episode 1 chain event could have gone, like in the morning when apparently Kinzo wandered off. Who discovered that he was gone? Who relayed the info that he was gone and wasn't there? It definitely wouldn't have been Natsui. Right? I kind of want to go back and look. Maybe at the end when I'm... when I'm finishing up things here. At this stream, rather. Oh, man. What? Umineko's great. Makes me think a lot. Oh, this is different. This is a will. The last order that the head left behind for you.
ならば従わぬわけにはいかぬか。わらわもつくづく付き合いがよい。
違うな。
ほう。
興味を持ったからであろうが。
つくづく。そなたには隠し事ができんな。
He knows her so well.
It's like they're the same person.
Imagined by the same person.
That's what I mean.
For Natsui, that might have been nothing more than a simple response. But to Kinzo and Beatrice, it seemed to carry much greater significance. Beatrice nodded deeply, and with a motion as elegant as her dress, she bowed deeply before Natsui. She wouldn't ever do that. You're imagining her wrong. Alright, first, you need to kill 6 people. Take the shotgun Kinzo has locked up in his desk here. Actually, not a shotgun. A Winchester is like... a gun, not a shotgun, right? I gotta stop imagining it as a shotgun. It looks like one when it's sawed off.
I think it's more of a rifle.
そのために助力は惜しまぬが、先に断らねばならぬ。かつて金蔵の窮地を救ったように、そなたに再び莫大な黄金を与えれば、この度の苦難は解決することは分かっている。しかし、それはできぬ。
This magic isn't real.
そうですか。
すまんな、夏。ベアトリーチェの黄金は私一代限りという契約なの。そしてそれを受け継ぐためには魔女の碑文を解かねばならぬのが取り決め。
黄金は碑文にて封じられている。だからそれを解けぬ限り、そなたに黄金の魔法は与えられぬ。わかりました。
I want to read the epitaph again.
主人は時間をかけるとは言っていますが、必ず借金は返済
I
で
want
き
to
ると言ってい
think
ま
about
す。
how you would solve it to get to the goal that I'm pretty sure is under the Kumodorian. Kumodorian.
そのための時間を得ることができれば、この苦難は乗り越えられます。
よいぞ、夏日。続けよ。
しかし金蔵はもう死んでいるぞ。医者と使用人は葬儀の準備。そなたは親族たちにその連絡だ。そなたは自らその金策の猶予時間を終わらせる宣言をすることになる。自ら刃を下ろす断頭台も愉快なものよ。
Natsui gasped and looked up at the ceiling. There wasn't actually anything there. But even so, Natsui found something.
降りたか、魔力が。
夏日、決まったか。わらわに望む奇跡の魔法に。
Nice and pretty outside. Blue color. It's now night. All those who... So what, she slept in the mansion and dreamed all that maybe? Or not the mansion, in the room and dreamed all of that?
I'm sure it must have smelled wonderfully in there.
Ah, yes. Nice smell of a dead man and his poisonous, like, drink that he keeps all around. Very nice. Very comforting. All of those who had witnessed Kinzo's corpse were once again gathered in the study. Cross was still very unsettled and clutching at his head. Genji was as expressionless as ever. Nanjo and Kumasawa wore bewildered expressions on their faces. But in stark contrast to all of them, Natsui's expression was resolute.
あなたにもう一度お尋ねします。
Jessica's not here?
金策
Didn't tell her
は
yet?
間違いないのですね。
1年。
Cross didn't want them to tell anyone.
せめて半年あれば必ず見れる計画なんだ。しかし今すぐにはどうしても無理なのだ。
ならばそれを待ちましょう。
しかしお前も言ったぞ。親父はもう死んでしまった。
お父様はお亡くなりになどなっていませんよ。まだこうしてご健在であられます。
When Natsui said this, everyone looked up instantly, startled, as they immediately understood what those words meant. However, Cross alone didn't get right away and had to ask. Talking about.
それはどういう意味だね。親父はもう現にそこに。
繰り返します。お父様は未だにご健在であられます。ご自身の研究がお忙しいので、これまで以上に書斎を出ることはできません。
Took me a bit to get to. Maybe I am stupid like Cross. Same wavelength.
ですから私たちはお父様が研究に専念できるように外務をすべて執り行い。
Oh, Fades, howdy howdy. Thanks for the raid. Just started. Well, I guess we're about like 3 hours in, but starting episode 5 of Umineko here.
I would say you're still at the start of it, yeah.
It's basically, we've got some funny stuff that happened at the start. Holy. Joined by my friend for a bit, Asham. Howdy howdy. Welcome, welcome. Mother's in good health. So she's choosing to not disclose anything after all, and we're gonna have the same start as all the other episodes then. Of this, no one except, I guess, Natsui and Cross knowing. Maybe that's something that has to stay the same in all episodes.
つまりそれはこれまでと何ら変わらないということ、理解できていますね、源氏。
はい、片翼のわしの家具はこれからも親方様にお仕えいたします。
熊沢、そして南條先生。
I guess they're bringing Kumasawa into it too.
私の話は理解できましたね。
その
それでいいのかね、夏井さん。
お父様は確かに今日お亡くなりになったかもしれません。しかし今この場にいる私たち全員が信じることで
Oh, she's
お父
insane
様
now.
を
Got it.
蘇らせる魔法を使うことができます。
無理ですよ、奥様。そんないくらなんでも。
解剖すれば死亡時期を特定される。不審がられることは避けられん。
お父様はお亡くなりにならないのですから、解剖などされる言われはありませんよ。
Of course, she wasn't planning to make Kenzo live forever. The fake life given to Kenzo would only last until Cross could repay his debts. After that, Kenzo's soul would finally be able to sleep in peace. Nacho repeated himself that the time of death would be discovered during the autopsy, but Natsui said again that this wouldn't be a problem.
お父様は死亡届によってお亡くなりになるのではありません。
そうか。失踪届か。
After clapping his hands together, Cross stood up, shaking his
そうで
fists.
す。借金が無事に返済でき、お父様にお休みいただける準備が整ったなら、その時にお父様の失踪を宣言します。
Hunting, you thought of all this yourself, Natsui?
I'm sure that won't look suspicious at all.
Optima's vast uncultivated forest was the perfect place to stage a disappearance. Is this... When is this taking place? Is it before, like, the conference where the killings happen? Or is it, like, one before the one where, Kyria mentioned, where they were suspicious, but let it slide for that time?
Who knows?
You know. One day, Kenzo would go out in the forest and walk for a walk and never return. It would search for him without success and be forced to report his disappearance.
失踪なら死体がなくても死亡届を出せる。つまり死亡時期を隠せるということだ。どうだ、南條先生。これなら何の問題もない。確かにそういうことにはなりますが。
Let's feel
どういうのですか、奥様。
bit conflicted about all this, the servants.
確
Or
か
I
に
guess
私たちが黙っていれば
Kumasawa and Nanjo
親
rather.
方様がお亡くなりになられたのは秘密にできるかもしれません。
Eva was totally justified for treating Natsui like shit. Look what she's doing to her beloved father. Did Eva really like Kenzo though?
She liked the money that he had.
She did indeed like that. And she liked the prospect of being the head.
True.
And then making George successor after her. Well, not as much as Nisui. I don't think anyone could like Kenzo as much as Nisui does. Yes, even if all of us can keep quiet, then perhaps we should keep it a secret. Masters.
ですが、どこでどう間違って誰かに知られないとも。
熊沢、声が大きいです。お父様はあちらでお休み中なのですよ。起こしてしまわれるつもりですか？
Yeah, very good at pretending. It isn't a corpse. Kenzo is sleeping. As Natsui said that, Kenzo lay quietly on the bed, as though there was nothing at all odd about her words. So when's the plan to toss him into the furnace?
さあ、
Whoa.
思い出してごらんなさい。
Arms outstretched.
そなたがどんな姿をしていたのか、そなたがどんな日々を謳歌していたのか。
Once again, a storm of gold. When does this take? Once again, a storm of gold butterflies started to swirl, covering Kenzo's cold body. Then, after the butterflies exploded into fine gold powder and disappeared, just like those fairy tales I've been told over and over since long ago, Kenzo slowly opened his eyes and sat up.
お父様。
夏日、先に我が名誉のために断っておくぞ。私は生への執着からそなたにこれをそそのかしたのではない。
Another one of her fantasies going on here.
多少は予見していたであろうが、どうだ金蔵、体の方は。
悪くはないが、どこか夢の中のような感じだ。
Feels somewhat like being in a dream. Maybe because you literally are. Is a dream. That's Sui's.
重みがないな。
この世にとどまることを許されぬ存在が未だとどまっているのだ。多少の不自由は諦めよ。
お体は本当に大丈夫なのですか？本当に大丈夫なのですか？
むしろ心地よいくらいだ。これが死後の世界の感覚ならば、幽霊気取りも捨てたものではないぞ。
これにてどうか、夏日。金蔵はよみがえった。故に葬儀は不要。そなたの苦難はこれにて解決だ。
ベアトリーチェ。
As soon as we tried to find words of gratitude, Beatrice waggled her index finger and spoke.
感謝の言葉はいらぬぞ。支配者は傲慢であればよい。わらわは頼みは聞かぬが、命令には従うのでな。
それでも言います。ありがとう。これで主人のために時間が稼げます。あとは私たちの仕事です。
しかし夏日、確かに金蔵はよみがえったが、それは永遠ではない。我が魔力が続く限りである。半魔法の毒素により魔法は破られてしまうかもしれぬことを心せよ。
Not the
魔
toxin.
法の断りを正しく理解し、その維持に努める。わらわはそなたに奇跡を見せるが、それをつかみとどめるのは。
無論です。あなたにもらったこの奇跡を私たちは決しておろそかにしません。
それでなるほどな。主と畳は新しい方がいいというのは本当らしい。気に入った。わらわはそなたに仕えようぞ。後ろ宮夏日。我こそは後ろ宮家顧問錬金術師。いつでも我が名を呼ぶがいい。さすれば現れ、わらわはそなたに奇跡を授けるであろう。
How
あり
kind.
がとう。私は後ろ宮夏日、あなたを刺激し、後ろ宮家の名誉を守ります。
A nice little scene break we got there. Oh. The family conference of the previous year. Oh, so that, okay, so this did all happen before that. Talking about. Whoa, new roses. Where do we begin thinking
It'll
about?
have to be after the
all those
appetites
events.
place, but before this conference.
Yeah. But simple enough. And then they go about the conference. Kinzo is alive, but he's in his study and does not want to see anyone. And they're like, what? They don't really question it. They start getting slightly suspicious. And then the next one comes around. And then Yuri explains what they're all pretty much thinking. I don't know how much I trust the events of episode 4, man. I feel like I can't trust any of it. Because I still feel like Kyrie just wasn't acting correctly. It's... Well, we can for sure, I think, rule out pretty much everything that happened in, like, in the basement of Kodori, and I think almost everything. I think the phone calls for sure still had to happen, but... Actually, who were the ones to speak? No, everyone there. But it was Cross, Kyrie, I'm blanking out who else. Canon, Shannon, sure. It's I went from that to immediately thinking about how how Kinzo was apparently the one who took care of Maria's test. What actually happened
that
there
was
then?
completely off screen.
Completely off screen. Anoto, she's just straight up died. So who? How did she die?
Old age, maybe.
Yeah, the old age of like 10 or however old she is.
It was the 80s. People lived shorter back
Ah, true. Anyway, it's been another couple hours. I'll do for another quick break and then continue on from here. Probably go and... Well, how much longer do you think until another, like, scene break?
I'm not sure, actually. I want to say this scene was not that long. Could probably handle one more chapter at least.
Should about up to how long we usually go. Like, it's been 4 hours, but the first hour of that was just thinking about the previous episodes and whatnot. Alright. Quick break, and then try going for another scene break, and then we leave it there and continue again tomorrow. For another
Works
4
for
or
me.
5 hours. Right, BRB? Okay, okay. So stretching my legs and all that. I was thinking again back to the second episode and the whole thing with the church. Like,
Yeah.
so there's also, so that's for starters the thing with Rosa being weird about. She was there whenever they apparently all met the witch, but she didn't really acknowledge or have any, like, the way she acted was like as if that never happened. And she was also the only one, oh, aside from Maria, present when they met Beatrice and they got the letters. I feel like there wasn't many people who would have known about the whole, like, Halloween thing with Maria going on. With that message that was written on the front of the chapel. Or like her whole attitude with wanting like to accuse everyone and whatnot. No one was innocent unless they were dead, basically. I'm starting to feel pretty confident that she was the culprit of episode 2. Like, there's the whole thing at the end where she's running away with Maria after going back to pick up the gold bar. But I don't think we can actually trust anything that happens after the Golden Land like actually opens. I feel like everything after that is just like completely made up. Because I don't see anything like that fitting like
What, you
into the
don't
story
believe
correctly.
Rosa fought a bunch of goats by herself? What's unbelievable about that?
Like, I think we can... But yeah, that's one. But I think we can maybe believe that she went back to get a gold bar. But not much else besides that. She apparently died, but I wonder how. What? She freaking tripped, dropped the gun, and blasted herself? Hmm.
She did trip down the what was it, the path leading to the to the mansion?
She did do that. But yeah, I'm thinking... But maybe I gotta look at the rest of the episode, like, again, actually get the sequence all laid out in order in front of me. But just lightly thinking about it, she seems like the way she acts and whatnot seems way too suspicious, and makes me think of her as the most likely culprit. There was the red text that also said that she was in possession of all of the keys, right? Well, that's after she would have gotten the last one, I guess. That she would then have been in possession of all of them, and no one else could have had one. I gotta think back to all the scenes she was in and where she was for sure, like, with for her alibis and whatnot for all of the other deaths. So far, she's not... What I'm thinking anyway, I don't think it's that unlikely that she is the culprit. How would she have carried out the... I'm not... I want to go back and read the red text, but we're gonna save that for later, I think. I think about it again. Let's actually continue and get through the See how long it takes us to get to this next scene break. Holy. You wanna start reading again, or should I just continue handling it and while you silently judge me?
Dude, the silent judging has been pretty fun.
It's tormenting me.
But I'm down to do whatever you want. You're the boss.
Bro, you can't stop hitting me with that.
You are the boss, though. It's your fucking stream.
Yeah, but stand up, make decisions.
No, I do it on my stream.
Continue reading.
Alright, if that's what you want.
I'm gonna strangle you. The rose garden was truly splendid this year. The roses were blooming like crazy, as though they were competing with each other. In that rose garden, Kinzo, Kanon, and Atsui could be seen. Oh yeah, Kinzo was here somehow. Everyone was pretending to see him.
ありがとうございます。今年は気候が良かったもので、普段にも増して庭園が美しく保たれていますね。見事です。ありがとうございます。
Alright, so this scene, except it was only Natsui complimenting the roses and Kanon and Kinzo's not actually here.
She's imagining Canon now too.
No, Kanon's here, but she's imagining Kinzo just talking to Kanon.
Oh, and he's just like silently working in the back.
Like, oh yes, if Kinzo was here, would have said this, and then Kanon would have stood up and been like, "Thank you."
Yeah, I get you.
Kinzo shrugged. Today was the family conference. When it came to the other siblings' businesses, they hadn't heard anything good. On the contrary, those siblings probably planned to turn the conversation to the topic of Kinzo's remaining life, and hold a quiet feud over the inheritance. Beatrice is here again. How had she gotten up there? Well, it's pretty pointless to wonder about that sort of thing when you're dealing with a witch. Beatrice was casually sitting on the roof of the arbor, almost as though she had been basking in the sun. Imagining Beatrice run around everywhere. Gotta air out his corpse every now and then. Isn't Natsui like holding like his body around her? Dragging her everywhere like a doll? Wait a minute, like a living doll. I kept mentioning that a lot about Beatrice.
The parallels.
もうしばらくお力をお貸しください。夏日、親族どもの乗った船がこちらへ向かったようだぞ。そろそろ散歩は終わりにした方がよかろうな。そうですか。ありがとう。お父様は書斎へお戻りください。やれやれ、この絶好の日和なのにな。残念だ。
So this is a year before the conference where everyone starts dying. Do you think after a year just continuously pretending that Ken's alive, she eventually goes crazy enough to actually believe it?
I think she's already at that point.
愚痴るな、金蔵。今のそなたは
わらわに生かされているだけの幽霊であろうが。そなたに毒素で消し飛ばれては、わらわも夏日も困るのでな。おとなしく書斎へ閉じこもり、布団でもかぶっておれ。
死してなおバラをめでる機会を与えられただけでもわかった。書斎へ戻ろう。だが紅茶はもらいたい。カノン、源氏に紅茶を届けるように伝えよう。今日はマルコ・ポーロでももらおう。
That's a type of tea?
かしこまりました。
では解散しよう。夏日、私抜きで見事親族会議をこなしてみせよ
う。もちろんです、お父様。彼らの前で名乗ることはできませんが、主人はすでに後ろ宮家当主。私もその妻として恥ずかしくないよう微力を尽くします。
朝から胃痛を起こしているクラウスに比べ、夏日はなんと落ち着いたことか。我が息子が情けない。
主人にも主人の才能があります。その及ばぬところを支えてこそ。
In what way is he talented?
しっかりあれ。私が茶番の邪魔にならぬようおとなしく閉じこもっているとしよう。
カノン、お父様を書斎までお連れしなさい。それから源氏に紅茶の手配を。
肩を借りるほど猛録しておらぬが。
This refusing Ganon's attempt to lend him a hand, Kento rose from the flower bed he had been sitting. The retired head left everything in Atsu's hands and returned to the study at a gentle pace.
様になっているぞ。金蔵の亡き妻にも似た貫禄があるな。
万一お父様が半魔法の毒素にやられたら、魔法は瞬時に解けてしまうのですか？
うん、瞬く間だ。わらわは姿を消せばよいが、すでに亡者の金蔵は姿を失えばたちまちのうちに太陽の風に吹き飛ばされ、塵と消える。用心せよ。
ええ、分かっています。
そなたには魔女の才能があるかもしれぬな。半魔法の毒素
Oh
をた
no.
めにためて知識を重ねたが、
Name her another witch.
それでも
We don't need more
そな
witches.
たは魔法を理解した。わらわとの出会いが幼少の頃だった
God, a witch dress will look awesome on
そ
her.
なたは今頃、
私は後宮クラウスの妻で、名誉を守るためならば魔女にも鬼にもなりましょう。あなたの魔法の力には深く感謝します。後宮家の名誉はあなたの力なくして守れませんでした。
その話は機会を改めよう。その際はぜひ女同士二人きりでのんびり紅茶を楽しみたいものだな。
Oh
スリラン
man.
カに行った友人がバラの香りの素敵な紅茶を送ってくれました。
ほう、リンブラか。悪くない。ならば茶受けはパティスが良いぞ。
Look at them. Such nice friends.
無事にごまかし通せたなら、
Katsui and her
わらわの
delusions.
褒美としてそれをぜひに振る舞え。約束であるぞ。
わかりました。約束しましょう。では後ほど。
うん、後ほどな。
Which made her body crumble into the rustling winds, became gold flower petals, and scattered into thin air. Katsui watched her go and then turned on her heels and headed for the mansion. After that, there was no one left in the rose garden. There was no one there to begin with! It was just her talking to herself. Oh, what are you doing here?
ここでブレイクタイムね。
Already?
ここまでの
I already took a break.
なんか文句ある？
I may have one or two.
何もないわよ。おしっこしたいならさっさと行ってくれば。
ひっどい言い草ね。金蔵はもう死んでるのよ。それがこうして歩き回って言葉を交わしてるじゃない。それって魔法ってことにしちゃってもいいのかしら？
Oh,
ベルに
nice
は
shadow
そんな手
effect.
今更通用しないわよね。しかしあ
Yeah,
な
she's
たは
got
ど
her
う
there.
かしら。
Unbeatable.
バトラー。
How
こ
do
れ
you
っ
even
てお
solve this
かし
one?
いでしょ。金像を蘇らせた魔法の存在を認めざるを得ないんじゃない？
It's literally Natsui's imagination. I don't know how you could... Why you would think anything otherwise.
You couldn't
も
make
し
it
それ
more
がベアトの
obvious.
真似のつもりならば不愉快だから即刻やめろ。
Yeah, you tell him.
やっぱわかる？それでほらほら、バトラーどう答えてみせるわけ？こうして金像がカッポしていることを
Come on, darn.
いつものゲームみたいに頭を抱えて、こんなのわけわかんねえよって泣き言聞かせてよ。そして全然ダメだぜってお約束の口癖でお得意のとんでもでぜひ反論を聞かせてよ。死んだはずの人間が歩き回れるわけないものね。集団妄想を見せる未知のウイルス、六軒島症候群の仕業とか、六軒島だけに住む謎の蝶の鱗粉に幻覚作用がとか、謎の秘密
Hallucinogenic butterflies.
集団妄想を見せる未知の薬物、プルプルピコピオの仕業とか、素敵なとんでもいっぱい聞かせてよ。
Yeah, a couple of those were actual references.
I got none of them.
Don't worry about it.
Damn. Is another Ryukishi work?
One of them is.
Oh. Is it the drug thing?
Who knows?
Whatever this long word is.
こんなのは問題にも
Just
な
in
ら
case
な
you
い。
actually read one of them, I won't tell you which one it was.
It might be a long while if I read another thing after this. So, grandfather is dead at this point in time. There's no way he exists.
それを存在するかのように振る舞っているのは、なんとかじいさまの死を隠して親族会議をごまかしきろうとする夏日おばさんの嘘だからだ。
夏日の嘘。嘘をつくと死者が蘇るの？それって夏日の魔法じゃないの？
この世界はブラウン管を除く前の世界。
I'll bring this back.
開く前の猫箱の世界だ。
Still... Well, I guess... That info from Virgilia there is... still good. Shouldn't trust her
Yeah,
about
still
anything
applicable.
else. Still applicable. Strodingers? Romance cat box?
Stradivarius.
夏日おばさんがじいさまと一緒に
The
散歩
kitty
した
cat
と語
box.
り、誰にもそれが嘘であることを確認できない限り、夏日おばさんがじいさまとバラ庭園を散歩したことは夏日おばさんの事実として提示できる。だからじいさまが現れることができる。
Clap, clap, clap. That extremely unflattering applause was coming from Birkenstell.
ブラボー。あなた、ベアトがいないと冷静なのね。
That's... I don't think... he would have been that confused or anything if Beto like came up with this sort of thing.
Yeah, if you made it this obvious.
It's so stupidly obvious it hurts. Is Lambda Delta even trying, dude?
うるさい。お前も黙れ。
Oh, he hates both of them
お
equally.
待ちなさいよバトラー。あんたのご考説によるなら、夏日しかいない場所には金像が現れることは確かに可能かもしれない。夏日しかいない世界で夏日が金像を観測したと主張したなら、誰にも否定はできないものね。でもあの場にはカノンが居合わせて、彼も金像を見てるのよ。それをどう説明する気なのよ。
He's furniture, so he's just going along with what Natsui's saying, because he has no other choice.
まったく問題ないな。カノン君は後ろ宮家に関われてる使用人だ。
Yeah.
夏日おばさんにじいさまの死を隠すために口裏を合わせるように命令されてるはずさ。
Damn, I'm good.
だから夏日おばさんと同じように存在しないはずのじいさまを見ることができる。
She actually fucking
あいにくね。
taken aback by that. Did she truly believe that would have
Happens.
worked? Surely she's not that stupid. Come on. She's pretending to be stupid, obviously. Alright. Got it.
もうバトラはその程度の子供騙しには引っかからないのよ。
そうみたいね。ま、こんなのゲーム前の前座よ。料理の前のアペリティフ。
飲み屋のお通し、寿司屋の緑茶。
うるせえ。青字で言い直さなきゃ先に進めねえのか。
そうね。一応もらえる？
じい様がすでに死んでいるにもかかわら
Oh.
ず。
The gradient and the blue text in this one is cool.
じい様が生きていると思わせたい連中が生み出している幻想だからだ。同じ思惑を持つ人間たちはその幻想を共有できる。そしてあたかもじい様が存在し、ついさっきまで一緒だったかのように語る。だからさも当然のように闊歩しているんだ。よって夏日おばさんに組みしていない人間の前にじい様の幻想が現れることはできない。だからこそ書斎に閉じこもって出てこないという設定が必要になるんだ。
Ooh. Very detailed. In the games before now, Grandfather was always shut away in his study. We never met him directly. Ooh, look at him faded. However, there were some people who spoke in a way that made it seem like he was locked up in his study in a bad mood, and who claimed to have met him only a short while ago. We blindly accepted that and believed that Grandfather was in the study. That's why it was possible for an illusion of Grandfather to exist in the study. That's right. In the games before now, the only people who met Grandfather were Uncle Kraus, Aunt Natsui, and the servants. Because they all stuck to the same story, an illusion of Grandfather was able to exist on this island, making it seem like he was alive.
ご丁寧にもお前のゲームの冒頭でじい様の死を隠すために夏日おばさんが南條先生たちを言いくるめるシーンまで見せてくれたじゃねえか。今さらこんな子供騙しには引っかからねえぜ。
Without that first beginning scene, would you be able to piece this together? Probably, if you go on the info that Kenzo is dead on one of the previous games and that the start has to be similar. You probably come to that conclusion. Not as easily as they made it here, but I think it's... You could have...
The very long scenes of Natsui talking to him, yeah.
But I think it would have been easy enough to come to the conclusion. Just her imagination.
やるじゃない。未知の薬物プルプルピコピオとか期待してたのに。
Why is she on about that?
そんな妄言口にするわけもないでしょ。
I don't... Did you hear the small bomb thing earlier? They did, right? He could come up with something
だって
as ridiculous
そ
as
の
that.
存在を
He
仮定す
very
るこ
much
と
could.
はファンタジーに屈したのと全く同じだもの。ウイルスだろうと薬物だろうと病気だろうと未知の要素である限りノックス第4条に違反する。
Nox fourth commandment.
第4条って何の話だ。
Yo, we're on the same page. What the fuck are you talking about?
ノックス第4条未知の薬物および難解な化学装置の使用を禁ず。
Unknown drugs or obscure scientific devices to...
殺人にこれを用いてはならないという規則よ。
This is a real thing for like mystery, the mystery genre.
Oh, interesting. Maybe I should read up on those rules.
なんだそれ。未知の薬物
Well, I can
X。
find them for you.
未知の化学装置 X は魔女と戦う上での一番の武器だろうが。
それ全部正式なミステリーでは違反だから。未知のウイルス、未知の薬物、未知の病気、未知の X を仮定なんて立派なファンタジーなわけ。ご愁傷様。それがあなたの推理だったなら、あなたゲームオーバーよ。
So he wants to avoid... They're basically telling him to avoid using stuff like that, or you're just... Or you can't ground, like, your like everything in reality, I suppose.
Yeah, no like cheap tricks, basically.
Knox was a Catholic priest. Perhaps why he was tempted to write 10 Commandments of detective fiction. He wanted his own 10 Commandments. If you write such stories, thou shalt obey these laws. 1. The criminal must be someone mentioned in the early part of the story, but must not be anyone whose thoughts the readers have been allowed to follow.
Yeah, so in the case of Umineko, it would have to be someone that was like in like episode 1, but it can't have been Battler.
Yeah, because we're been... Who have we... Well, I wonder if that counts for like the starts of all the other episodes. Because we see the thoughts of a lot of characters. Just wait, if that does count, we follow the thoughts of Rosa in like episode 2. Does that mean she can't be it if it does follow like that strictly?
Who knows?
Oh no. This might change how I think about things. 2. All supernatural or preternatural agencies are ruled out as a matter of course. Alright, so it's basically magic not real. Can't be real. 3. Not more than one secret room or passage is allowable. Okay.
There's a bit more to that rule too, I believe. I think he specifically mentions that it has to be a secret passage that the reader is aware of.
Okay, so
you can't just pull one out of your ass out of nowhere.
So if we think about it in the context, I guess, of episode 4, that can be the passage through the well?
Something like that, yeah.
Like going to the Kumodorian?
Or even like the secret passage to the gold.
That would be episode 3, I suppose. No. Hitherto undiscovered poisons may be used, nor any appliance which need a long scientific explanation at the end. Alright, so that's the one they're mentioning. 5.
Yeah.
No Chinamen must figure in the story. Chinamen.
There's a lot more to that one. It's not as wildly fucking racist as it sounds.
I assume it's like capitals, so
out of context like that.
So I assume it's like meant to be a term. Maybe not. Maybe that is straight up racist sounding.
It is as racist as it sounds, but it's not supposed to be like that.
Literature.
Like, there's a lot more to that rule.
While offensive Chinaman also appears in other contexts, such as the phrase Chinaman's chance, meaning little or no chance, and the title of cricket bowling technique. I don't think that has any. I think I get the gist of what it's trying to say. Like, no people just happening by chance coming into the story. Like, doing things. Like, every person must like, have full reasons and be complete, I guess. Maybe seeing the...
Like that, yeah. Not just some random person showing up.
Person showing up and it's me, like her freaking OC she shoved in.
The girl!
The girl! No accident must ever help the detective, nor must he ever have an unaccountable intuition which proves to be right. Alright, now we don't have to worry about that one too much, I think. The detective must not himself commit the crime, so Battler can never be the culprit. Unless... The detective must not light on any clues which are not instantly produced for the inspection of the reader. Okay.
Yeah, so if Battler figures something out, like, we as the reader are supposed to know about it too.
Yeah, oh, like, the first thing that comes to mind for that is how I was able to pick up on the cigarette before Battler came over and started talking about it.
Yeah, yeah. That's a clue that like we as the reader should be knowing about.
We could figure it out, unless you're stupid and just don't think about it.
Now, speaking of stupid, to the very next rule.
The stupid friend of the detective, the Watson, must not conceal any thoughts which pass through his mind. His intelligence must be slightly, but very slightly below that of the average reader. So was Battler the detective or Watson? He could fit
They did
both.
say in red that he is incompetent.
Then who is the detective? Us, the reader? Yes. Ah. Would it work? Would that actually work?
Maria is the Watson.
And then 10, twin brothers and doubles generally must not appear unless have been duly prepared for them. You can't just have evil twin brother appear out of nowhere and
Yeah, you can't just have Battler 2 appearing in like episode 7.
It feels like we know of 2 battlers.
Yeah, we're actually duly prepared for this one, so it was a bad example. I guess Kraus 2 showing up, that would be a bad one.
Yeah. Still wondering what's happening with the whole not being Esamu's son thing. For me, a battler, but not. But also not. Anyway, that was interesting. Who would be... I don't know, I can't think of anyone else being like Watson. Wow, we have 1,400 clicks. You sure click a lot in this game. But anyway, let's continue before I get sidetracked again for another 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's an interesting sidetrack, at least.
I do like it. That's a lot of nice info. Yes, those, they all violate the rules of proper mystery story. Okay, so yeah, just going over, if you try to use that as your argument, then you're just saying that some sort of fantasy has to exist. You can't have a complete win by using those.
Doesn't make it a proper mystery.
I hate how she's smug and evil.
あなたはベアトと真正面から戦ってきたつもりでいる。でもね、本当は違うのよ。真正面じゃない。ずれた角度で戦い合ってたの。
Diagonal.
あなたがしてた推理ごっこはファンタジー対ミステリーじゃない。ファンタジー対アンチファンタジーでしかないのよ。
何を言ってやがるのかさっぱりわからねえぜ。だが一つだけわかることがある。俺のこれまでの戦い方にケチをつけたいらしいってことだ。
At least he got that
私た
much.
ちは魔女幻想というファンタジーを殺すために戦ってるのよ。それはつまりこの物語を正式なミステリーで解釈するということ。つまりミステリーの禁忌に触れるすべての要素は初めから無視して書かれということよ。
I think that makes enough sense. I think I can at least agree with that from her.
無視だと？
例えばこれまでのゲームで何度も密室殺人があったでしょ。
あ
あなたはベアトとその度に犯行現場で隠し扉が存在しないかどうか随分と熱心に確認していたわね。
Whoa! What an animation.
まるでそれ自体が戦いであるかのように赤き真実を織り交ぜてガキンガキンと派手に。あれ 私
Power
に
of
言わ
the
せる
PS3.
と時間の無駄
A waste of
だって
time.
ノックス第3条で明記されてるんだもの
Oh,
秘
third
密の
commandment.
通路の存在を禁ずミステリーではね秘密の通路はあっちゃいけないの
That wasn't all of it though.
つまり正
Yeah,
式なミステ
Umineko
リー
uses
として解釈
slightly
しよう
different
とするから
interpretations of the rules.
Seems to follow him decently closely enough though.
隠し扉があるのかどうかなんて論争初めからしたら負けなのよだってないんだから存在するかもしれないと疑う時点でもうゲームオーバーつまり犯行現場に隠し扉が存在しないことが証明されてないから推理できないなんて甘ったれたあなたはミステリー失格その時点でゲームオーバーミステリーで解釈する戦いをしてるつもりだったんでしょならミステリーのお約束にちゃんと従わなきゃ
He's
No dad's girl may figure into the story.
そういうことよすべて
He's
の
getting-
She
犯行
broke
現
the
場には
fifth.
隠し扉が存在してはならないのだからその存在を確かめる行為はすべて時間の無駄ってわけ
お前が言ってるのはあれだろどこかで聞いたな推理小説の条件10か条みたいなやつだったか
ええそうよ希代の魔女狩り大司教ノックスが振りかざす魔女をうがつ10本のくさびよそれこそが
Archbishop
魔
of
女
Witch
幻想とい
Hunting.
うファンタジーと真正面から戦い打ち破るための正しい武器
That's close what he actually was.
さすがベルンね厄介な武器を持ち込むことファンタジーの大敵だわ
へえ犯行現場を調べもせずに隠し扉の存在を初めから否定できるなんて俺にはそれこそファンタジーだぜ
魔女側を受け持つラムダはファンタジーそれと戦う私はミステリーあなたはただファンタジーを否定してかわし続けるのがやっとのアンチファンタジー何から何まで反対だけど対案は一つも出せないあなたどっかの国の政治家みたいね
うるせえぞお前たちとわけのわからねえ話をするためにここに戻ってきたんじゃねえさっさと話を続けろ
静かになさいよあんたの後ろの眠り姫が辛そうよ
When he turned around, he saw Beetle's living corpse resting in a chair. However, sweat glistened all over her body and it felt like she was breathing a little harder than normal. It looked as though she was suffering from a high fever.
ベアートどうしたんだ大丈夫か
大丈夫かってあんたおかしなこと言うのねその子を殺すためにあんたは戦ってるんでしょうがあんたに合わせて第5のゲームを改装しているけれどゲームは今ベルンがかなり追い込んでいて魔女幻想を打ち破ろうとしているのその存在が否定されかかってるんだもの苦しむのは当然だわ
あなただって今金蔵が存在するわけがないと魔女幻想を打ち破ったわあなたの攻撃がベアトに通った証拠よ彼女のその苦悶は
I tried to at least wipe away the sweat on Beetle's forehead with a handkerchief. Handkerchief? Okay. I don't know why I thought I read that wrong. It's true, I promised Beetle that I'd let her die. But that was supposed to be peacefully. I wasn't planning to make her suffer first. My goal isn't to make the sleeping Beetle suffer like this before killing her. As if the complicated feelings inside me were playing a state at them. The two witches grinned together. So evil.
姉貴が遺産遺産って騒ぐから親父に聞かれちまったんじゃねえかよ。
私のせいじゃないわよ。どうしようもないでしょ。たまたま廊下にいて聞かれてたなんて事故でしょ、事故。
I'm not
Even in the mansion, they're already fighting.
just thinking about like Kinzo overhearing stuff. That reminds me of the scenes where like Kanon is apparently reporting to Kinzo about everything that happened. I guess something that never happened. Because I don't know who he would be reporting to. Because obviously, freaking Kraus was there. Natsui too. Maybe I do need to go through the episodes again for things to click better. Hmm.
予算か二人とも。
Nanjo really needed it. Oh, because they were telling Nanjo. Of course.
今回は運が悪かったと思って諦めるんや。男の機嫌なんてほっとけばコロッと治るもんやで。
気分を害したお父さんがおかしな衣装を残さないでくれるといいわね。
Relatives sighed deeply and fell into silence.
こら、マリアムはしゃがないの。エンジェちゃんが転んだらどうするの。
Excuse me?
お待たせしました。
Who? Oh, wait, no, this is before the actual conference. Alright, no, okay.
Yeah, this is the year before.
The year before, okay, so... Alright, I guess this makes sense.
ほな行くで。今はぐちぐち言っても始まらんで。
またのご来
The
店
girl
を
comes out.
心よ
She
りお
is
待ち
here too.
申し上げております。
The year before.
Surely not.
And Maria's dad was here.
Definitely
All our
not.
favorite characters.
Atsui's sitting on a bench in the rose garden, looking completely worn out. However, when she noticed that Kanon and Kumasawa were coming back, she immediately sat up straight, regaining the dignity of the head's wife.
船は出ましたか。はい、たった今出港なされました。そうでしたか。見送りご苦労でした。
Okay, so after that conference and they're all leaving?
主人はどうしてますか。先ほどお部屋にお戻りになりました。お休みになられるとのことです。
Since the previous day, Cross had been almost overwhelmed by anxiety over the thought that Kinzo's death might be discovered. When the family conference ended, his weariness must have suddenly gotten a hold of him. However, the way he had refused to let even a sliver of his true intentions slip out, and the manner in which he had managed to act as though everything was normal, showed that Cross's nerve was nothing to sneeze at.
どうでしたか。
The head's wife? Oh no, she's pretending to be Kinzo's wife now. She probably would.
彼らはお父様のことを不審がってはおりませんでしたか。
いいえ、親方様に遺産分配の話を立ち聞きされたと。エヴァ様などはそれは大騒ぎでしたとも。ねえ、あの慌てっぷり傑作でしたね。
Why are you enjoying lying about Kinzo's death?
はい、大層取り乱し
She
た
was
思
so
い出でした。
hesitant about it before too.
Completely turned around on
熊
it.
沢もなかなかの演技力ですね。あの廊下での慌てっぷりは本当にそこにお父様がいらっしゃったかのようでしたよ。
He's good at acting.
熊沢さんはそういうのが大変お上手ですから。
あら、やだやだ、褒めすぎですよ。
Just making me maybe want to rethink some scenes with her in previous games.
熊沢の病欠の電話は簡単に信じないよう、よく現地に言っておかなくてはなりませんね。
それは手厳しゅうございますよ。
本当にご苦労でした。お前たちと源氏とシャノンには、過去1ヶ月分の休暇の買い上げと、新たに5日の有給を与えます。
5 days of
秘密の手当
a
ですよ。取得に際しては源氏と相談し、他の使用人たちに気取られないように。
ええ、心得ております。
I guess maybe she's so happy to go along with it because she's getting paid more.
ねえ。
熊沢さん、声が大きいです。
お、いけないいけない。
そうですね。この話はこれまでとします。各自通常のお勤めに戻るように。そうそう、ゴーダに特別にお茶の用意をさせました。
Oh,
いただ
specialty.
くように。
Oda also going along with this? I guess he wouldn't have known. Actually, Natsui's the one that hired him. I don't think she would just tell a new hire about it. Or maybe she has to because he's a servant and to keep things straight. Oh, man. That thought complicates things a little bit.
He's the newest servant.
He is. Newest and specifically hired by Natsui. Really makes me think. So we let them know that she wanted to be left alone for a while so that she could drink some black tea in a rose garden. That black tea carried all the way to the bench was the Sri Lankan Sri Lankan tea Dambula that she had promised Beto along with the Betis? Being a chef for a dead man must be a great job. And slack off all day. Actually, hold on. There was the...
That would make it even worse if he doesn't know, because then he's making all this like great food for the head trying to impress him. And he's never gonna get it.
That also... Actually, no. It wasn't Kinzo that he was fighting to deliver food for. It was Beatrice and the VIP room that he wanted to do that for. Has he ever...
Never got to deliver it to Kinzo either, though. I think it was always Genji delivering it.
He was never allowed to deliver any... And I remember that. He conceded not being able to do that, so he wanted to at least deliver it to the VIP room, where Beatrice was. And was mad that they wouldn't allow him to. Maybe he didn't know. And that's why he disliked the others so much, because they were always the ones who supposedly care for Kinzo when he wasn't allowed to. I think that could make sense.
And that's why he killed everyone.
Oh, true.
With the small bombs in his food.
Yes, of course. Oh no, I'm thinking about another Red Truth thing. It was I guess it was regarding what? Second episode? No, the first game. No, it only specifies Genji, Kumasawa, and Nanjo as not being killers. That means it could still be... No, because... Oh, and then all the identities of all unidentified corpses. Okay, so no, freaking... Goto was dead at the very start of that, and I guess that first part confirms it. Beito confirming, or guaranteeing the identities of all the corpses. Unidentified ones. Which I think Goto counts as, because I'm pretty sure he was one of the ones with the top half of his like head crushed completely. But he could be part of it in the second game. Alright, we're before I go off on freaking random theories again. Like another 30 minutes. Alright, so black tea was the tea that I don't want to pronounce the name of again. And sitting on either side of it, the wife of the head and her witch could be seen. Both of them staring at it curiously.
これがパティスですか。私はてっきり 焼き菓子のようなものだとばかり。
Tatsui hadn't thought for a moment that it would have a curry-like spicy flavor and had started coughing after putting it in her mouth. To describe it in Japanese terms, it was like an age gyoza stuffed with mashed curry-flavored potatoes. Alright, so fried dumplings. I think I knew that much. As a savory snack, it would probably be pretty popular with the kids. However, it was something of a shock to Natsui, who expected a treat to go with tea would be something sweet.
知らんのか？リンブラといえばこれだぞ。紅茶ならクッキー。ああ、チョコでもよいな。日本茶なら羊羹だが、塩昆布でもよい。中国茶なら小籠包。
Olongpo. Chinese dumplings. Always
わら
dumplings.
わは月餅も好きだ。
Moon cakes. What they sell on the moon with freaking crosses moon tourism business.
驚きました。随分と文化に詳しいのですね。
まあ、伊達に千年は生きておらぬ。世界の名茶は一通り試した。お茶の世界旅行といったところか。
E-traveler?
確かに、それは立派な世界旅行ですね。このような紅茶の楽しみ方もあると、今日初めて知りましたので、これは貴重な体験です。
わらわは六軒島より出られぬ身。これくらいしか旅をすることはできぬでな。そなたはどうか富豪の妻らしく世界を優雅に旅してきたのであろうが。
He too has never left this mansion.
主人はいろいろな国に私を連れて行ってくれました。嫁ぐまでは一度も海外旅行をしたことがなかったので、どれも新鮮な体験でした。
Oh. Traveled many places.
窮屈な家に生まれたらしいな。
厳格でしたが、素晴らしい教育を施してくれましたよ。それを窮屈と呼んでは、お父様とお母様に失礼です。
雄弁に窮屈であると語っておるわ。
Ross might have pitied Natsui, or he might have wanted to take her away from the restrictive Ushiromiya family for a little bit and let her rest. Or he might simply have wanted to take his wife around countries he knew well and showed off everything he knew.
主人はお父様と違ってアジアの国が好きで、香港、台湾、韓国にタイ、マレーシアも行きましたっけ？
A lot of places.
金蔵の西洋かぶれに反抗したつもりか。しかしアジアも良いぞ。日本人は丸ごと西洋かぶれだからな。外国といえば西洋しか想像せん。西があれば東もあろうに。
私も西洋の知識はそこそこにありましたが、東洋の知識はあまりなかったもので、旅先でいろいろと主人にからかわれましたっけ。
As Natsui grumbled that they had all been very tiring trips, Beto secretly peeked into her heart. Just gonna look without asking.
いいか？これは瓶籠という。ここでは庶民的な嗜好品だ。
Looked like a small round gourd-like nut that had been split open with a slice of cucumber wedged in. At a glance, it looked as though it would probably taste like pickles.
なるほど。これをかじればよいのですか。
As she tried to bite the one her husband was holding, he suddenly moved it away. I felt kind of embarrassing, like she was a fish who took the bait.
まあ、待て。瓶籠には食べ方がある。確かにかじるのは正しい。かじる。もぐもぐと噛む。しかし、食べてはならない。
Don't eat it.
かじって噛むのに食べてはならないのですか。
うん。かじって噛む。食べてはならん。そして汁も飲んではならん。胃を痛めるからな。
わかります。
What kind of treat is this?
どうしてそんなものを食べなければならないのです。
Chewing gum?
I guess it talks about it like
噛
gum.
んで味を楽しむ。噛んだくずと汁はこうして紙コップに吐き出す。
あなた。
Oh. Custom backdrop just for this scene?
お口の中が真っ赤ですよ。
The handkerchief she had wiped across his mouth with, a favorite of hers, also had bright red marks on it now. Something that's poisonous if eaten or drunk. And it makes the inside of your mouth so bright red. And on top of that, having to spit something out after you put it in your mouth. How indecent. Thinking this, Natsui firmly refused what Cross was offering her.
嫌です嫌です結構です結構です
こういうのは異文化体験だぞ。ここでしかできない体験をしなければ旅行の意味がない。
Cross kept chewing, ignoring the fact that even his lips were being colored bright
こ
red.
いつは親父殿も好きでね。昔は取り寄せたのか、屋敷のテラスでももぐもぐやっていたものだ。夏日が来てからはやめたようだね。ほら、君が私よりも尊敬する親父殿も愛用していたんだぞ。ほらほら、遠慮なく試したまえ。
いやいや、やめてやめてあなた。
Even back then, she liked Kinzo more than him.
When he was traveling the world, Cross had the innocence of a child. He wouldn't even conceal his jealousy of the respect Natsui normally gave Kinzo. Just being able to see that side of her husband made traveling all the way to another country worthwhile. Cross kept on urging her to bite it, but Natsui, undaunted, ran away from place to place and finally yelled at him that he was being too pushy. Another new backdrop. Cross was miffed. Was miffed for most of the bus ride. What a child to let something like this get him down, Natsui thought, astounded. Then, a native tour guide on the bus took out one of those arca nuts and started explaining about it. He talked about how it had been a beloved luxury item in these parts since ancient times, similar to tobacco. He'd have swallowed those nuts, had Kenzo asked. They're apparently poison? Also, how its popularity was declining because young people were starting to take a dislike to it, just like Natsui. But how it was treated as a good luck charm in the area, and was known as a symbol for couples. She looked at her husband's face. He turned away abruptly, but it looked like his cheeks had gotten a little red. Oh, gotten the juice all over his face now.
んで、夫の肩に身を委ねて手なんか握っちゃったりしたわけか。なんだ、そなたら夫婦結構純愛ではないか。燃え上がっちゃったであろう。その晩とか。
Don't ask about that, Beatrice. A red-faced and avoiding Beto's eye, Natsui tried to hide her embarrassment by stuffing the fattest hole into her mouth, chewing with her cheeks puffed out like a blowfish. Beto said that there was nothing better than this to go with tea, and nodded several times, a broad smile on her face.
もっとも、それも新婚の頃の話です。今は六軒島を出ることもできぬに。
Trapped here, like a witch.
カゴの鳥ですよ。それを言うならわらわも同じよ。死ねども死ねども、六軒島よりは逃げられぬ。
Yeah, she did die more than once.
わらわも同じだ。あなたのことは知りませんし、詮索もしません。しかし、軽んじれぬ境遇であったことは察します。老名主を気取るつもりもないわ。同じカゴの鳥同士。せいぜい仲良くしようぞ。わらわはそなたを気に入ったぞ。そうですか。ありがとう。この度の親族会議における使用人たちへの指示や采配は見事であった。
You're very good at hiding the death of your beloved stepfather.
Would you like trying that for the rest of your family?
何をして何を残したか。それらを見事に共有させ、矛盾なく組み上げた。それらの緻密な計画書は、高度な魔法陣のそれと同じ美しさがあったぞ。
High level magic circle. To make it look like Kinzo actually existed and was living a life in his own way, she had written his schedule for the day down to the finest detail and made the servants follow it to the letter. Who did he meet? When and where did he meet them? And what did he leave with them? What was he doing? When and where was he doing it? And what did he change? As a result, even the relatives hadn't seen Kenzo even once. They never as a result, even though the relatives hadn't seen Kenzo even once, they never suspected in the slightest that he hadn't been there. She obsesses over Kenzo so much that she can write a detailed, like, freaking schedule for him and no one would actually question it. #1 Kenzo fan. Eva and the rest truly believed that the conversation about the inheritance had been overheard by Kenzo as he happened to walk through the hall, and that it had sent him into a rage. Everything had gone just as Natsui's plan had predicted, according to the finest detail. All according to Kikaku. No wonder she always has headaches. Coordination between the two of them and the servants had also been spectacularly intricate. You know that thing where people can, like, where you, like, imagine an apple in your mind and see if you can, like, rotate it and whatnot? Apparently Joe can't do that. He can't imagine anything. Freaking empty space. I can do that, though. You think Natsui can, like, picture a Kenzo perfectly? Rotate him? Make him move around.
And Kenzo rotating.
You probably could do that to the finest detail. Every, like, thread in the fabric of his clothes.
Accurate cape physics while he's spinning.
He's, like, always doing that, and that's why she has a headache. Everything gone just as Natsui's plan had predicted, down to the finest detail, and the coordination between the two of them and the servants had also been spectacularly intricate. Name drop.
熊沢あたりは差し詰め仮病の魔女ですね。忙しい日に限って腰痛で休むと連絡があります。毎年親族会議の日にはいつもです。ああ、熊沢は違う。
And what made her come to, like, the 86 conference? 86, right?
Extra money for lying about Kenzo.
Maybe.
もっともっと高位の魔女であるぞ。
My teacher!
正体知ったら驚くぞ。
Watching these two have their pleasant chat was another pair with a why can't I? We're on, have been going on a little bit too long. Watching these two have their pleasant chat was another pair with steam rising from their black tea. However, this second pair was in a world that the first couldn't see, where golden roses bloomed. Ula. Speak, Beatrice. I felt as though Beto muttered something. For the first time, it felt as though she'd been able to communicate something. Surely she had taken an interest in the black tea and felt like drinking it. Thinking this, Battler took Beto's cup into her hand and made her grip the cup. I help her drink the tea, how cute. Stop doing it though, you're falling for her again? You idiot, stupid. She's a witch? You're supposed to deny her? Beto's eyes trembled sadly and her fingers shook. Almost as though she couldn't even move her fingers as she wanted to. And was mourning the fact that she could no longer even enjoy the tea she had once loved without assistance. That was how she looked. The Battler rested his hand on Beto, softly took hold of the teacup and lifted it to her lips. Then, though it was only a single mouthful, Beto sipped. In the days... That's a new song playing right now, I think. I didn't get to read the title. The days in which they had been in a killing fest with red swords and blue wedges already seemed like the distant past. Now, Not only was Beto unable to do that, it was even difficult for her to make her body do as she pleased. Even just drinking a mouthful of black tea like this was hard.
どうだ、バラの匂いが素敵な紅茶だよね。口に合うか。
Of course, Beto didn't respond.
どうしちまったんだ。これもまた作戦なんだろ。
Other strategy, I'd believe it.
落ち込んでるふりをして後でバーッと驚かそうって作戦なんだろ。
I'd
Yeah, the silence
definitely believe it.
treatment's the most powerful strategy.
それが狙いならもう二度と同じ手には乗らねえからいい加減にしろ。
That's why you're being all nice to her and like helping her drink tea,
お前が
right?
そんな感じこっちも調子が狂うんだよ。なあ、そろそろ引っかかったなバーカってバカ笑いしてくれよ。どんなネタもあまり引っ張りすぎると笑えなくなるぞ。二番煎じなら
Beto, you even got your soundboard right here. You just have to press the button.
Come on, you can do it.
てくれ。
Lift up your hand.
あそこで夏日おばさんとお茶を飲みながらケラケラと笑ってるみたいに。
I'll.
せめてニヤーっと笑うくらいはできねえのかよ。
二度とないわ。その子が笑うことはもう二度と。
Oh. And why
It's
not?
ignorant. There's a chance.
Oh, true. Those sudden words were exceedingly cruel.
どうして二度となんて言える。ベアとの笑う権利を勝手に奪うな。
あら、赤で言った方がいい？
Do it, you won't.
Yes, I shook my head furiously. Then, with an expression that didn't reveal her thoughts in the slightest, Birkenstow spoke while looking at Beto's face. I didn't understand the words she used in the slightest.
おめでとう。
Congratulations.
何がだ。
ベアトがそのざまなのはあなたが勝ったからこその結果だからよ。
何を言ってる。
Victory. Then why is he still here if he won?
あなたはかつてのゲームで言ったわ。これは互いを苛む永遠の拷問だとね。そうよ。ベアトにとっても拷問だった。そしてその拷問ゲームにあなたは勝ったのよ。だからベアトの魂は殺され、人形同然の屍になり果てた。
俺がベアトを殺したと。
勝敗はどちらか一方の勝とうとする意志がくじけた時に決まる。あなたとベアとの戦いという意味においてはすでに前回決着がついていたのよ。
That's true, then why still here?
まあ、あなたにとっては預かり知れぬうちにだ。
なら俺の勝利なの。
Yeah, there we go. Thank you for asking.
どうしてこのゲームがまだ続いている。
その子の足首についてる足かせ、ラムダが施したルールなのよ。
Even as Beatrice tries to yield or gets the courage or gives up, she isn't capable of stepping down from the game. That's the rule. Or maybe it's a curse.
かつてあなたが屈しそうになった時、私はあなたをサポートしたわ。あなたには知覚できないだろうけど、あなたにとって有利な展開とヒントが与えられるように私はあなたに助力した。だから今あなたはここにこうしていられるのよ。覚えてる？私に助けられたこと。
Kinstel stared at me. It's true. I wasn't aware of it. Maybe it was true that she helped me.
同じようにラムダはベアトをサポートしてるわ。
Ah, by slapping his freaking chain on her leg, right?
そして今度はベアトが屈しようとしている。だから今度はラムダが屈しないようにサポートしたわ。それが足かせ。 投了を許さないことによってベアトをゲーム上救ったわ。
何をどう救ったってんだ。
本来ゲームは2つの終わり方があった。どちらかが負けを認めて投了するか、どちらかがチェックメイトでゲームに勝つか。ベアトはその前者に抵触しかけた。だからラムダはそれを潰し、敗北をギリギリのところで回避したの。ゲーム上は立派なサポートだわ。
In that case, the only way left for this game to end is for me to win. At the very least, until I do win. This witch called Lambda Delta can probably try to buy time for Beto's condition to turn back around. But that would just prolong Beto's suffering even more. Neither of us want that. Both Beto and I fought with all we had trying to win. It was because we were both giving it everything we could muster that the game repeated several times to begin with. And that was also why, that one time, we confronted each other head-on with all of our strength. And Beto admitted defeat. She said she wanted me to end this game and trusted everything to me. So, Birkenstell's words were the truth. He said it was my fault that Beto had become a living corpse. That was true. But it was something both of us wanted.
俺たちの勝負はもう決着している。なのにゲームは終わらない。だからベアトは俺に託したんだ。早く勝ってこのゲームを終わらせろってな。
Now the game has been resolved, for it to continue any further would be torture without end, Beto. Nothing more than a nightmare. I have to give her a perfect checkmate, end this game in the truest sense, and give Beto a peaceful sleep. For that reason, I'll keep fighting. But by continuing the game, Beto's internal torture will continue. I felt as though I could only let her sleep peacefully by slowly strangling her to death.
もう俺には真実なんてどうでもいい気がしてきた。ベアトの気が済んだな。もうゲームなんてどうでもいいだろ。ベアトは投了した。俺は魔女幻想の真実など捨ておいて家族でそれでいいじゃねえか。
Only Lambda Delta hadn't placed the curse of that shackle on her. This battle would be over already. That's why I find it detestable. This game where I have to torment Beto even more to end it. Detestable.
真実に近づいたらベアトが苦しそうな表情を見せるようになったんで、急に手心を加えたくなったの。なら好きなだけ手加減するといい。あるいはベアトに勝ちを譲ればいい。そして妹に孤独で悲惨な未来を無限に強い続ければいい。
Using this tactic again. That's right. I have to return for Angie's sake as well. I know this isn't the time to start feeling compassion for Beto.
ならきっちり殺しなさい、その魔女を。
Even though Beto was right there. Why is she so, like, insistent on killing her? Isn't Battler denying her also denying all witches? Wouldn't that be a problem for her? Her end goal with this. Even though Beto was right there, Berto spoke without holding back.
あなたの目的はこの女を殺すことよ。あなたは前回のゲームでベアトに壊れて口にしたわ。お前を殺すってね。
ああ、そうかもな。だがそれはお前にとやかく言われることじゃねえな。
知ってる？爪を剥ぐときはね、一気に剥いでくれた方がマシなのよ。あなたみたいに優しくおっかなびっくりとぐりぐりもたもたと剥がれる方がよっぽど痛い。あなたのしてることの方がよっぽど拷問だと思うけど。慈悲があるなら一気に殺しなさい。それが殺すということよ。
余計なお世話だ。俺がこいつにどう引導を渡すかは俺が。お前もあのラムダデルタという魔女も関係ない。俺が 殺す。他の誰にもそれは許さない。
その意志に変わりがないならいいわ。私はあなたにかけてるのだから。いい？
But why? I don't get her angle on everything.
She just wants to help.
It. The more I
So
think about it, the
nice.
more it's something about it doesn't seem right. Coming in to help him, like beat Beatrice, but why? What does? I'm already not trusting you after seeing that last tea party from episode 4. He's acting even more like untrustable in this episode. So now I'm starting to question. I probably should have questioned it quite a while ago, but why the full support? How does that benefit you? Wow. I got no answers to that.
決して忘れないことよ。このゲームに決着をつけない限り。
Oh, saying it in her head.
ことは決してない。あなたにだってこのゲームを放棄することは許されないのだから。
わかってない。
ラムダの狙いはわかってる。ベアトと同じようにあなたにも繊維喪失させて、二人とも生き人形にしてこの世界を永遠に安定させることよ。そんなの嫌でしょ。
But why?
私も困るわ。
お前の都合など知ったことか。だが俺はゲームを捨てない。ベアトとの戦いの責任を放棄しない。
目的が同じで嬉しいわ。そしてそれは躊躇なくその子を殺せるということよね。
そうだ。
I have no way of knowing whether those words eased her pain or hurt her. But because this dull tingling in my chest, I believe that she must have been hurt. I have no way of knowing what the silent Beto feels. If I believe she's been hurt, is that any different from her being hurt? And if I hadn't thought I hurt her, would I have been able to get by without hurting anyone?
De? あそこで夏日とお茶を飲んでるベアトだけど大丈夫よね。
ああ、大丈夫だ。
金蔵の時と同じよ。ベアトリーチェなんて存在しない。あれは魔女の力を借りて危機を乗り越える妙案を思いついたと信じる夏日が生み出した偽りの魔女幻想。二人が並んでお茶を飲んでるように見えるのはゲームマスターであり物語の語り手であるラムダデルタがそう解釈しているからなだけよ。
A game master and the one who is telling the story.
夏日に対し一辺の愛も持たずに凝視できたならそんな幻想が見えたりはしない。だから私は
Without love, it cannot be seen.
夏日が一人ぼっちで
Makes
黙々
sense.
と紅茶を飲んでるようにしか見えないわ。
Without love, it cannot be seen. Because love is lacking, it cannot be seen.
あれは夏日が見せている妄想。あそこにベアトリーチェなど存在しない。
How did you know Beatrice was there if you couldn't see her in the first place? Beto mumbled softly. It was a small voice that made it sound like she was in pain. The thorn of Birkenstell's truth had stabbed into her chest.
ああ、そうだろうな。お前の推理は正しいと思うぜ。だが、それをベアトの前で口にするな。
どこで口にしたって同じよ。ここはベアトの世界なんだから。
あとは、 こいつを擁護するわけじゃねえが、夏日おばさんが本当に未知の人物 X、ベアトリーチェと名乗る人物とこうしてお茶を飲んでる可能性だってあるんだぜ。この光景は1年前のものだろうが、この日の島の人数が赤き真実で示されてるわけじゃない。
そうね。この日の六軒島の人数についてはラムダも赤では語ってないわ。
So it could literally be anything.
なら夏日おばさんが本当にベアトリーチェと名乗る女とお茶を飲んだと主張することもできるんだぜ。俺にお前の説を否定できないように、お前だって俺の説を否定できないんだ。
Daredevil's
だ
roof.
からそこにいるベアトが幻想だと断じることもできないぜ。
ああ、猫箱理論。それベアトには通用したかもしれないけど。
どうして？
だって夏日はそこで一人ぼっちで紅茶を飲んでるんだもん。
Why is she like this?
Man, that's rough.
Oof, like that. Shattered, gone. The violent sound of glass breaking. Nabeto joking about Natsui's newlywed years and laughing happily was erased. A lonely wind blew, and the one person who remained on the bench drinking tea with a tired expression was Aunt Natsui, all alone. Nabeto groaned. I could see clearly that she was in anguish. Another witch illusion had been smashed, pulling Beto towards death. In short, this is what the battle to let Beto rest in peace is all about. A second ago, Berkincel likened our fight to the torture of tearing fingernails out. If I have to tear them out anyway, then my last bit of compassion towards Beto should be to minimize that pain. In other words, Samari, even if I want to minimize the pain, I still have to cause it. I have to accept that look of anguish on her face. And at the same time, this made me realize what a merciless thing the Red Truth was. Right now, in this rose garden, there is no one except Aunt Natsui. In other words, Samari, there are no observers except for Aunt Natsui. So, if that lone observer were to say she had had some tea with Beto, no one should be able to refute that. If no one can refute it, doesn't that mean it's the truth? Aunt Natsui enjoying the roses and drinking tea together with Beto. How could anyone have the right to mercilessly trample that pleasant moment?
赤き真実はまるでハモだ。魔女と戦う上で時に推理を切られ、時に反撃の武器となる刃物だ。
知ってるわよ。それが何？
みだりに使うな。刃物は使うべき時に使えば道具だが、悪意を持って使えば狂気でしかない。
It was true that Anatsuri hadn't really been drinking tea with a witch. However, saying that with the Red Truth probably has nothing to do with our game. Our game is the tale of October 1986. The 2 days of the crime give us more than enough time to injure each other with our red and blue blades glistening.
これは魔女幻想じゃない。夏日おばさんのプライバシーだ。それを暴く権利なんて誰にもあるものか。
この場に魔女が実在して夏日とお茶を飲んだと認めてほしいの。あなた魔女を否定するんじゃなかったの。
1986年10月4日から5日の2日間のゲームについてはな。だがそのゲーム版の外についてまで俺は魔女の存在を問うつもりはねえぜ。そもそも悪魔の証明により魔女の否定は不可能だ。そしてこのゲームのルールに従い赤でそれを語るのもステイルメイトで禁じ手だ。赤き真実でさえ魔女の存在を否定はできねえんだぜ。
He broke a rule. It's true.
確かにまさかあなたに魔女の存在を語られるとはね。
It's Battler's so nice. He only hates witches 2 days a year. 2 days for a single year.
さすがラムだ。バトラーを人間犯人説と魔女がいてもいいという気持ちのうまいこと中間に引っ張り出してきたわ。 人間の心を操るのに本当に長けている。私ももっとあなたを応援しないとまずいわね。
お前らなど知ったことじゃない。消えろ。これは俺とベアとのゲームだ。お前たちに私はしない。
嫌よ。
何？
だって私もこのゲーム楽しんでるんだもの。
I don't like that look.
I love when she shows emotion.
it's,
It's always so fucked up.
I hate it. Mercantile disappeared, leaving only that unpleasant laugh behind. After that, all that remained...
Reaction.
It's me right now. After that, all that remained was Natsui sipping tea all alone. Beito, her hand still in the teacup as she stared blankly at the surface of the liquid.
ベルンカステルにラムダデルタか。ワルギリアはお前の友人と言ってたが、お前友人は選ぶべきだったな。いや、むしろ性悪なお前にはお似合いなのか。
Beito didn't answer. Valor took Beito's hand, made her hold the cup again, and brought it to her lips. Beito made a quiet sound in her throat and drank just one more mouthful. Then, Natsui's lonely tea time ended. Her truth, which was only hers and observed by no one else, had been defiled? In Natsui's world, that tea party, which had been peaceful despite her annoyance at Beito for making fun of her too much, must have come to an end, and the two of them probably went their separate ways. However, in Natsui's exposed truth, she was all alone. Natsui trapezed away. On the bench, only a single person's cup remained. Locked room barrier.
That's the next chapter, yeah.
Oh, we made it to chapter 2. Chapter 3! Alright, we did 2 chapters then. What's the second chapter called? I wasn't paying attention to that.
Like briefly came by. We'll probably get it on the wiki again.
Locked room barrier. We're gonna see a locked room this chapter, I guess.
The second one was a proper mystery.
Oh, okay, probably because of the rules that were laid out earlier. Getting to know them a bit more. Alright. I think that could just about do it for the start of this. Got a lot more we can get through. Maybe we might try making it through like 2 chapters every stream. So what?
For me.
4 chapters a week?
Depends on the length of the chapter, though.
I guess that also matters for me too. Yeah, yeah. Any case, that's I don't know what to think about Beito anymore, dude. It feels like a trick, and I should be wary of it, but
she went for quite some lengths to fucking prank Battler in episode 3.
Probably go through more here. I definitely, for sure, don't like Lambda Delta, and I'm fully sure I don't like Birkenstell anymore. Something about them.
It's here to have fun.
She's straight up full evil.
A woman has a hobby.
Their hobby probably shouldn't be like torturing people, dude. Anyways, that's about enough reading for me. I'm starting to have trouble reading.
Yeah, alright. I need to go actually do my stream.
Oh yeah, I might hang out with you a bit on that. Probably eat something and then probably immediately fall asleep.
I mean, you're gonna hang out with me if you're gonna eat and fall asleep.
I don't know. We'll find out. I mean, like, I'll be watching this stream. I could also
Uh.
just join you in a call for that. If you
I
want.
don't care whichever you do. It's your stream. You can decide.
It's your stream, you
We're still on your
motherfucker.
stream right now.
Oh, but we're... I'm getting out of here. I'm gonna go get something to eat. I'll...
Yeah, I gotta go speed run some chores and then I can start mine.
Alright. See you later, maybe. I don't know. You're the one who decides. Or maybe it's me. Like you keep saying, oh, I'm gonna... Making me so mad.
Yeah,
Alright, then. See ya.
Fun. Good. Yeah, bye.
I'm out of here. I'm out of that room. Alright. But yeah, it's the start of this has been pretty interesting so far. I can't wait to see how they freaking introduce that girl. The girl. My bad. Almost said it wrong. Can't wait to see how they introduce that. But yeah, I'm thinking we'll try to get through 2 chapters every stream we do. Tomorrow I'll probably do another 2, get to the start of chapter 5. Do 3, this one, and then 4, whatever that one is. I like how it says chapters. I wasn't too sure about setting up all the, like, Umi Pro stuff, but I kind of like the way that it does things. Like giving you the music for the scene. I like the chapter, how things are split into chapters and seeing the name of them. I like the new animations and stuff, making things pretty interesting. But right. That's gonna be it for me today. Tomorrow we do a little bit more Umineko. Don't know if I'll start early again at like 8 a.m. like I did today. I mostly did that because I wanted to get the refresher stuff out of the way, which ended up taking an hour. I was thinking maybe it was going to take at most 30 minutes, but we ended up going over that. And starting an hour in. What am I doing after tomorrow, though? I might... Unless me and my friends get back together for more Terraria, we'll probably... Or, like, Repo, either. I probably will take a break Sunday and get back to streaming more Monday. Don't know what I'm going to do Monday. What would I want? I guess we could get started on the second tie game since we finished the first one. I was also kind of feeling like doing more Kingdom Hearts 2 randomizer. I think what was it? Probably not Breakers. Because I think Ranked started on that today? Maybe I can start getting back into Marvel Rivals. Guess we'll see what happens once the day comes. But anyway, yapping too long. So as always, and we're on Watch Me, thanks for watching, and I'll see you all next time. More Umineko tomorrow. See ya.